If anything's playing, I can't hear it. Oh, okay. Because usually I can hear the intro song.
It makes sense. Okay, listen. Refrigerator. R-E-F-R-I-D-G-A-T-O-R. Refrigerator.
Alright, is this your final answer or would you like to use your lifeline?
Refrigerator. Final answer. Huh?
There's no refrigerator.
Refrigerator. There's animals in the fridge. You know, sometimes they're gators. Bow bow.
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, chicks dig giant robots. Nice.
Hello and welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast. It's been a little bit. You know, I feel like I say that every episode because it feels like the past couple of episodes we've spent like a month off between like conventions and people doing IRL stuff. But hopefully going forward, we're going to have a more regular schedule because that's more conducive, number one, for guests and number two, for work-life balance. Hey everybody, I'm Gator, the infamous Gator, as Legal Minds said on his last stream. Hopefully this episode will go a little better than the last one. I've got Cody back with me.
Hi, everybody. Hi, gamers. How we doing, gamers?
I see chat's already bow-bowing. Bow-bow. Protect Fuwawa at all costs.
Like I said in the last episode, yeah, you know what, Kiwi Farms, you're right. It is adult Cocomelon, and I don't care. I'm still gonna watch that shit.
I'm still gonna watch it. And one thing I am gonna watch is the FaZe Clippers, Pippa Clipper and Kirsha Clipper. Our guest today, AzeharaCh. How you doing, AzeharaCh?
Shit, I'm surviving. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, you had your secret identity exposed. We are joined now by the infamous Niji Sanji CEO Riku Tazumi.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with my problems over in Japan, so I just, on my free time, I decide to watch Pippa and Kirsch and clip them. That's what I do.
That's why nothing gets done over at Niji Sanji. Riku's spending all his time watching American VTubers and clipping them.
Yeah.
Scoping out talent, seeing if he can snake somebody.
You were like, I think you were the first, like, real FaZe clipper, weren't you? I think it was like you, Low Effort Clips, and not Theo.
Not Theo started before I did, but I started making clips shortly after.
Yeah, so you were on the ground floor before the FaZe boom.
December 2001, I think.
Yeah, you were there like before FaZe blew up.
Wow, 2021.
Eventually,
that's a
Low
long
Effort
time.
Clips joined. Yeah, it's been a while.
So you were before Low Effort Clips?
Yeah, I mean, at least I think I was, because I remember Low Effort's clips. He started like making clips around the time Pippa started playing Overwatch 2, I think, or at least that's when he like blew up.
Yeah, because he did the Pippa Overwatch compilation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I started watching Pippa like when she was still putting on the character voice.
I don't know why you would watch.
What? Autoplay videos.
Oh god.
I was going to
she
Low
was
Effort Clips channel to see. He joined
Oh, yeah.
December 3rd, 2021.
Yeah, the autoplay.
That's his first clip?
Yeah, the first.
Or
Yeah, I guess that's when he created his
Okay.
channel. I'll scroll down and see like when his first actual
You could-
clip was.
you can check by clip what is it? Publish date, I think. Let me see.
Yeah, because I remember, like again, I first started watching her because they were talking about her in the Kiwi Farms VTuber thread, like back when the Kiwi Farms VTuber thread was like the one
The only
place.
place.
Yeah. It was like there was no virtual asylum, and that was like the place that was like the nice middle ground. Like it wasn't as you didn't have the VT schizo, and you didn't have the forced positivity of the Reddit. So like it was like that nice where you just kind of lurked there.
It's that nice
And a lot of
middle
people
ground where it's not just like the VT psychopath schizos, and it's not like the Reddit where it's like, oh, that's problematic. It's like that nice little middle ground, the
It
Goldilocks
wasn't even
zone.
the problematic. Like the I was thinking like the Hololive Reddit, which was like at the beginning the Hololive Reddit was a nice breath of fresh air from a lot of Reddits. Like it didn't have that Reddit feel. But as time went on, it kind of became like very forced positivity, and I don't think it's forced positivity by the mods even necessarily. Like if you just said something like, you know, oh, that Pecora stream is all right, but it wasn't as good as their other ones. Man, they'd be on you like a swarm of bees. Like you'd be Nicolas Cage with his head in the basket. Like it was like everything is wonderful, and you know that sucks. But then you go over VT, and it's like either the sky is falling, or they're just screaming sex over and over again. So it's like, okay, well, I'm, you know, as a normal functioning human being, where can I go for just a VTuber discussion? So thank God, by the way, for the virtual asylum. That's like the place now where you can have that. I mean, there's still a little bit of schizo there, but it's a nice middle ground. It's a really nice middle ground.
I think the benefit of having like a forum is that you have known members that you can like, you know, if someone's a shit poster, you know, if someone's being inflammatory, versus in VT, you don't know who the fuck is writing what. So
Yeah.
someone could be dead serious and writing some messed up shit, but you don't know because you probably think it's just someone else's shit.
Yeah.
That's
Shit
like
posting.
that's the positive and negative of anonymous image boards is that somebody could just be joking around, but because there's no real way to tell if you're being trolled or not, you just always have to assume you're being trolled. But because you don't know, you don't know if that person's really serious that they want to like, you know, burrow inside a VTuber's flesh, or if they're just shitposting.
Yeah.
But
VT, you get the feeling a lot of it is they kind of do want to burrow.
they want to
inside
wear
somebody.
a VTuber skin suit. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of them it's Shiori. But yeah, like
I have never seen more people down bad in my life for Shiori. Even
And it's funny 'cause
Fenris is so down bad for her.
Shiori just presses some buttons in some fucked up dudes, man. She just presses. She's like the glasses from They Live. We find out who's the schizos are among us. But like I think the other advantage of forums too, of like Discord, you can see like the virtual silence Discord. I was there for like a week, and I can't do this. It's still there in my Discord list. I haven't touched it because it's just like Discords just go a mile a minute, and it's just like it's too much. Like you can't really have a decent conversation. Unless the Discord has like a more chill vibe. Like it's one of the things like, but the AO Discord is a very chill vibe over there. But like most Discords, it's like, and it's like, God help you if you saw a conversation that was like 5 minutes ago. That conversation is gone. It's like ADHD in Discords to have that. No wonder there's like a million Zoomers on this fucking app.
I see
So, yeah.
Pafu Pafu in the chat. She says, hi Gator and fuck VT.
You know what though? I think VT has been a benefit for the VTuber fandom because it's a good quarantine.
Yeah,
You know,
I
it's a
think
good
you need, and I've said this before, you need spaces for like all of the like really hardcore schizo posters to go, so they can go and get it completely out of their system and just leave it there, leave it on the containment zone.
Yeah, be
You
crazy
mean like
over
Tumblr?
there. Right. Like Tumblr used to be. Yeah.
Tumblr used to contain all of the.
And now we have Twitter.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Well, I mean, it is fun because I enjoy shit posting on Twitter.
Yeah. It's not fun that the Tumblr people bled into there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting too. For as much as they complain about sex, the whole reason they're there is because Tumblr banned porn.
I never understood Tumblr. I guess I'm too old for it or something. But it's just weird. It's just like people posting their diaries, I guess.
Well, it was a journal. It was like a live journal type thing, but like a live journal mixed with social media. That was the draw. That's why I had a lot of girls. Because basically a diary it was like diary Twitter. It was also good that
it combined the features of like regular social media with like LiveJournal. If you even remember LiveJournal way back in the day, where you could just like write a bunch of stuff like "Dear Diary," blah 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 blah, and share images and stuff. Well, Tumblr took all of the like concept of LiveJournal, but made it more like Facebook.
Yeah, with like the reblogging and stuff.
From what I remember, it was a bunch of images and just people being depressed and saying they wanted to kill themselves and
well, that's what it devolved.
Posting.
That's what it devolved into.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like even the creator of Tumblr says like, what have I done? What have I created? He regretted the community it built up because it was a lot of girls, a lot of like broken girls, and even like kind of normal girls too, but like they got drowned out.
I mean, but we have Face Connect now, so I guess it's fine.
Leah is just. If you want to know what Tumblr was like back in the day, just watch Leah.
Yeah, I really want to know how many Phase Chubas had Tumblr accounts.
I think all of them.
I'm pretty sure like 99% of them. I think maybe the only one that probably didn't is NASA.
Yeah. Well, and
JP ones, yeah.
Yeah, the JP ones probably.
Yeah, the JP ones probably not. But like every single other one, probably did. Especially Clara.
Probably. Actually, I don't think Tenma did though. But she's kind of JP.
Yeah, Tenma may not have.
Yeah, she probably didn't. Which is funny because like she would get along with it so well now and just have a Tumblr where she just reblogs
nothing
Miguel
but
O'Hara.
Like big muscly dudes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
She would be a queen of Tumblr.
Tumblr, I mean, still exists, but it's like if anything, it's less used, but much better now that like all those people left. A lot of it is just used as like fun blogs, like info blogs or artists posting their stuff. I use it for Cloud Scratcher as a sort of a in the old comics where you have like you send letters to the writers and they respond at the back of the comic, so it's that kind of thing. Like a Q&A type thing, and then you have something like Super Mario Broth uses Tumblr. And for anyone who's ever heard of that, so yeah, it's still around. It's just the Tumblr people moved to Twitter, and basically Twitter is like, I mean, Elon Musk is right. It's the town square. So now, like, they used to be contained in their own little creepy shack, and then someone told them they can't have orgies in the shack, so they left the shack, and now they're doing all their god awful shit in our backyard. We keep having to spray them with fire hoses called community notes. Get them out of our backyard.
Pretty much, and like recently, especially the last couple of weeks, like the fire hose has been just up to 11. I have not seen I guess it's probably election season crap going on, but I have not seen this much just like shit flinging on Twitter in a while, and that's saying something because all Twitter is used for is shit flinging. But now it's like everybody is trying their damnedest, like cancel, everybody's been trying to cancel each other for like a while on Twitter, but now it's like up to 11 and people are accusing each other of like the most heinous shit with like flimsy, non-existent evidence. It's getting crazy. I think the election fever, the United States election fever is starting to seep into the water supply and everybody's going ape shit.
I think it's a little bit of that, a little bit of the Chris Tyson thing, like still run off from that, so everyone's trying to like they're in pedo hunter mode. You know how it is. Like everybody's like the internet's favorite pastime now is like predator hunting, and it's like if supply is not. I mean, supply is high, and yet it still can't meet demand. So I think that's a factor too. It's like the Shadman thing. Oh, it's like the Epstein of. It's like, man, look, I fucking hate Shadman. I've always hated Shadman, but let's be real. Most people were friends with Shadman because he was in the it crowd. Because it's like, oh yeah, he's edgy, but like this is how free speech I am. I'm going to associate with Shadman. I'm gonna hang out with Shadman because I can separate drawings from real. Being friends with Shadman was a virtue signal back in the day. It was a virtue signal.
Well, that's
Like,
why you
I'm
see a
free
lot of the
speech
same
man.
people that are virtue signaling today were friends with him.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the same reason, like, you know, the Oni Plays guys were friends with him. It's like, oh, look, we're so laid back and cool and not bothered by things.
Well, people
we'll
forget
hang out
that
with
this was
Shadman.
all like the Newgrounds era. And Newgrounds, you could just like drop a hard R and show boobs at the same time. Like that was the era in which like all this shit took place. Like I've always hated Shadman, so like you know, it's weird to see him brought back up because I was like, I thought Palpatine was killed. I thought he was gone.
Somehow Shadman has returned.
But
Yeah.
isn't he in jail or something?
I think
currently.
so. Like he got
Like he's
thrown
been
in
in jail for like 2 years or something.
Yeah, I think he's still in jail. Yeah, because he
And
didn't
he's
even
still- they're talking about him as if he was just randomly walking around, just raping kids or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he got tied into something. I know it's because Chris Tyson had Shadman art.
Oh, right. But I mean, shit, he's been in jail for like some time. So
Yeah, 'cause I think he got caught with crack or some shit. No, he's like
He's
assaulted something.
heroin or
It's
something.
hard,
He
dude.
assaulted somebody.
he
Yeah.
stabbed a homeless dude, I think, over crack or some shit. I don't know.
It's something like that. It's hard to tell because like
Something
it gets so embellished. You know, like people add rumors into the grapevine, and now it's like, so did Shadman like rape a homeless guy on a crack fueled bender? No. Did he stab somebody? Did he beat somebody? I don't know.
He stabbed a minor with a crack needle. Some shit like that. I don't know.
It's not what he wanted to stab the miner with, but you know, he takes what he can get. But yeah, like I just felt vindicated when Shad collapsed. Like I fucking knew this guy was creepy. And you know, you say something back then, it's like, oh, you prude or whatever. It's like, nah, look, you don't draw this shit if you don't have inclinations. You're not just a regular guy with a 9-to-5 and a family and no problems. Like, I think I'll draw children getting railed. Yep, I think I'll draw. Just, something, to put lines to paper. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. Like, I could draw a mountain landscape. I could draw a portrait of my dog. Or I could draw the girl from Logan getting awful things happening to her. Yeah, it's not normal. You don't do that. So, that felt vindicating. But then I'm going like, yeah, well, look at all these people associated with Shadman. It's like,
I saw they were trying to cancel what is it? The anime man's girlfriend or wife or whatever.
Yeah, and
'Cause
Ricky
she
Berwick.
has some SpongeBob art.
Yeah. It's like there was
Like-
a period of time where it's like, tee-hee, I got Shadman to draw something because he draws awful things, and I got Shadman to draw something that's not his awful thing. But look, it's Shadman. That was like practically a meme for a while. Where it's like, yeah, Shadman drew this. Oh, this thing that's like normal, Shadman drew it. Ah. It's like, okay. Very, very cool, very edgy, whatever. It was dumb. But I mean, that's it. Like Nux Taku. I don't fucking like Nux Taku. I think he's a fucking... He's very annoying.
Yes.
Because it's very clear that he's a kid that was made fun of in school that just really wants to be liked a little too hard and he's a little too desperate. But people are like, oh, well, what were your associations with Shadman, Nux Taku? Answer for yourself, Nux Taku. And they're doing it because they know he's weak. They smell blood in the water because they know he'll capitulate. He's like what he did with V Shoujo, where he apologized when he didn't have to. So he'll do it again. But no, it's just he's just a kid that wants to be in the friend group, and Shadman was in the friend group. Like that's it. Like that's what his fucking association with Shadman was. Like why are we talking with Shadman, Nux Taku? Because Nux Taku wanted to be liked. And he wanted people to like him. He wanted to be in the internet cool kid crowd, and Shadman was like part of that. That's it. That's his association. I can guarantee you, Nux Taku was not in a secret with Telegram with Shadman sharing AI deepfakes of little girls or whatever stupid shit people are insinuating. Because like, ooh, why did you know Shadman? It's stupid. Like Nux Taku, leave him alone. He's got enough problems. Leave him the fuck alone.
I like.
Anyway,
Nux
that's my
Taku.
rant. No one stopped me.
No,
I just let
go
you go.
ahead.
Yeah, I like Nux.
Is that
I think I do agree with you that he really needs to stop apologizing for stuff that he really doesn't owe anyone an apology for. And I get why people do that. Like there's two types of creators, right? There's the creators that will never offer an apology and they basically just tell people to F off. And then there's the people that over any imperceived slight will apologize profusely. And I feel like, you know, there probably should be a middle ground where you apologize for things that you actually feel like you're really sorry for, and you don't apologize for things you're not sorry for. But like, I think most people fall into one of two camps. They're either like, don't give a shit, and they just go on and do whatever they want to. It's just like, yeah, you know, I'm sorry, I forgot you were retarded, you know, the Jontrons of the world. And then there's, you know, the Nux Takus who, like, you know, really, really want to try to find a way to, like, keep everybody, like, cool and in their audience, and try to find a way to, like, triangulate to keep both parties happy. But the problem is that never happens. Somebody is going to be pissed at you no matter what you do.
Yeah, don't apologize unless you did wrong. What were you saying, Azahara? You were going to say something?
Oh yeah, when you were talking about just apologizing all the time, makes me think of like Merriweather. Every time he tweets out something, someone pushes back and he has to apologize. Like, dude, come on, just look, whatever.
He doesn't even just apologize. He like issues an apology. You know what I mean? It's not even just like, yeah, you're right, my bad. He'll say something like, I would just like to say sincerely that I apologize for my statements recently on September 12th that I made. I realized that this was incredibly hurtful. Like that kind of crap.
Yeah, it's over the top.
Yeah, he's got that same problem Nux has, where it's like he just like his main personality trait is please like me. Like he just wants to be liked too much, and that's drives too much of what he does. Like his comics were nothing if you look at it. It was just like, oh, does this give you the feels? And of course, I've got to involve cute girls because that gets likes and clicks and shit. And it's like I'll do something like a very cheap heartstring tug or something very pandery because to get people to like his comics never had like a clever punchline. They were never clever. It was never something like maybe smart or maybe funny, you know. It was just like, oh, a girl, something sentimental, bye, and that was it. That's all he did.
I don't think I've never seen his comics.
Yeah, they were. He got big because he did the browser girls, where it was like Internet Explorer as like a
Firefox and all that.
Yeah, like a big
that was him.
MILF. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did those, and then he started doing. I remember he did one of like a time travel and adventure girl, but she goes to the future, and then like everything's depressing because everyone's hooked up to a happiness machine in a VR thing, and it's like dystopian. That was like the only time Merriweather ever really felt like he was trying to say something. And then after that, it was like just really cringe. Like, you know the Futurama episode with the dog?
Oh,
He
yes.
just kept trying to do that. And he would try to do stuff like there was the most blatantly pandery one, and the one that like I think that gave him a taste of being popular because people would like jump to his defense a little too much. When this, because he caught a lot of shit for this being cringe, was he did the fat dude and goth GF. Like, the pretense was that, like, oh, see, it's so funny because this guy looks like a fat loser, but actually the girl likes him instead. But it was obvious pandering. Obvious, like, hey,
it was
fat. Yeah, like, hey, fat guy, just like you, for real. He's just like you, but he's getting the cute goth girl, and they're so in love. Isn't that funny? That they're so in love, like it's, and then like anyone pointed out how cringe it was. You had people like, oh, he's just trying to make something wholesome. Of course, you have to, like, the kind of, you've seen this with a lot of certain content creators' fan bases, where if you call them out, they're like, he's not doing anything wrong. Come on.
Holy
like, really
shit.
sarcastic. What?
Oh, that was a very close lightning bolt.
Oh, you got a storm over there?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Apparently, a storm rolled in. I was like, oh my god, that was loud as fuck.
I didn't even hear it. So whatever mic you got is really good at blocking out any external sounds.
It's a Shure SM7B.
Oh yeah,
and I've got
everybody. There you go. That's the mic to get.
It is. It's the Rogan mic, as everybody calls it, but I always knew it as the Warski mic because it was the one that he had, or maybe he got it because Joe Rogan had it. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, now you know. Apparently, you can have the hand of God right next to you, and no one else but you knows.
Yeah.
I hope this Blue Yeti works the same because I live in a house with multiple people, like renting out. It's a house that's broken up into apartments, and one of the people in this house has been having fights with somebody. So I've heard it a couple times. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh, here we go.
You can record it and use it as content.
I had to put it just like normally it's just laughing at them, but one time it did piss me off because I was trying to write, so I'm sitting there like I got my script open, like all right, it's time to get scripting for one of my comics, and I'm sitting here trying to think of something, and when it's a girl, so I'm like, I am gonna commit homicide in like 5 minutes.
Are you gonna be like that VTuber that like accidentally recorded a homicide on her stream?
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
Oh yeah. I wish I had bookmarked it, but yeah, there was a VTuber. I saw it on Twitter the other day, where she actually, like in the middle of her stream, recorded like a homicide in the apartment room next door. And I was like, holy shit, that's terrifying.
Holy shit! Somebody send me that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find it real quick.
Yeah, you can hear like some thuds and some noises, but I don't think you can hear that much.
Yeah, I don't think you could hear any like screaming or anything, but like.
No. And she cut the stream fairly quick.
Yeah. Professional Gentleman for 5 Canadian says, "LOL, boomers." Am I right? That's right.
You damn kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can go.
No, when you rented anime and it came in VHS.
Yeah.
You're a boomer.
If you remember why Suncoast was so special.
Oh, fuck Suncoast. We had that shit here. We had to pay, what was it, $30 for a DVD? And sometimes they had like 2 episodes in it.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
so bad.
Yeah, that's actually, you know who stopped that? It's a little company by the name of Funimation. Was the one that put an end to that because everybody else was releasing 3-episode DVDs and VHS, and Funimation were the ones that would release the slim boxes that had like 13 episodes to them. Like they'd release one release that had like a whole season.
And this was like back in 2005, I think. So
yeah, it
was
really does go to show
$30 for 2 episodes. It was horrible.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, it wasn't 2. It was 3. It was usually 3 or 4. But
no, I mean, I distinctly remember. I don't remember which series it was, but a friend of mine got one, and it was 2 episodes, and he was so pissed.
I don't. None of the ones that I got were ever 2. It was usually 3, sometimes 4. And I got like the entire first season of Rurouni Kenshin on VHS because some guy let me borrow it, and then he never took it back. Well, no, he never took it back. And then I saw him a year later, and he was mad at me. He said I stole him. Say I didn't steal him. Look, I'll bring it back. Come here tomorrow. I'll bring your VHS. It was like middle school, so like I'll bring all. I got all your VHSs in my backpack. I'll pack them all in the backpack. Show up here tomorrow. I'll give them back to you. I filled my backpack full of VHSs. Like I was lugging these VHSs around all day. I come to the spot, show up. This dude never shows up, and I never see him again. So I guess he just didn't want his VHSs. So I've got all these VHSs. Anybody wants the full first season of Rurouni Kenshin on VHS? I got the whole goddamn thing because this guy wouldn't take it back, and then thinks I stole it.
RP for $2 says, I just noticed that Gator is Baja Blast colored. Hell yeah, brother. I love Baja Blast. When I went to Off-Kai Expo, we went to Pacifica to the Taco Bell Cantina there, which they can serve alcohol at Taco Bell Cantina. I got this big ass Baja Blast freeze with tequila in it. Oh my god, I got super, super wasted. It was great. It was great.
One might say you were Baja blasted.
I was Baja blasted for sure. But here's that thing I was talking about with the VTuber that witnessed a murder next door. It was Callie Calico. She said, the kitties and I are safe. I have spoken with the police. An unfortunate incident occurred close to me, and I apologize for worrying anyone during stream. I'm awaiting for more instructions and details from the police. Stream's on hold for now. Please wait warmly for me. Then she posted an update 2 days later. Says, thank you. For those who missed it, VOD will stay. A murder happened in the room next to mine last stream. I am safe where I am because the perpetrator was caught that night, luckily. Thank you guys for your kind words. I will keep up streams best as I can through this. Thank you guys. Yeah, that's
Nuts.
terrifying.
That's
yeah.
fun.
That's nuts. I gotta see that clip later. That's
Yeah,
that's
I might
insane.
I might go see if I can find that clip. It was Cali Calico.
I think it's in TVA. Has it somewhere.
Oh, TVA definitely has it somewhere.
You just search for murder, I guess.
Search for murder on TVA.
Why are all the results on the Pippa thread?
All the results are the Pippa thread. What the what? Let's see. I don't. Apparently I searched for it. I didn't find it.
Find it later. You just DM it to me. I'm just curious. I'm gonna see it.
I'm gonna look for it. Just give me a second.
But in the meantime, you gave me some homework last time, Gator.
Yes, I did.
On the last episode.
So I think it was last season, or it might have been the season before last. Everything kind of blurs together for me. But there was an anime. It was a shonen anime, from Shonen Jump. But in my opinion, I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was it's one of those more comical series that I feel like it was very lighthearted, very fun. It's called Undead Unluck. And I was a big fan of it. I thought it was kind of a return to form from the more it's still kind of badass, but it's also goofy and lighthearted style of shonen. When we've been kind of getting into the, I don't really want to say Narutoization of shonen, but it's these long spanning epics that are they start off goofy, lighthearted, but then they become super serious and Sasuke, why'd you leave me? That kind of cringe shit.
Yeah, they always have a tragic backstory. Their family got killed by the main villain.
Yeah. It feels like an era of shonen, oddly enough, that's more reminiscent of the Dragon Ball Z dub than actual Dragon Ball. If you remember what the original DBZ dub did to the show, where it's just everything has to be hardcore now and super serial. But I watched it, and I'm gonna be real, I bailed after a couple episodes, and it's a shame because everything about the show felt like this is going to be great. Man, the aesthetic is on point, the style is great, the animation's gorgeous, I like the shtick, I like the main character dude. God, even the English dub was good. Everything about this show is adding up. But the writing just fucked it, man. This show wanted to be in the middle so bad. This show did not want to set up anything. I'm getting whiplash in episode 1. Wait, are we 5 episodes in? I've not been introduced to any of these people. The most introduction you get to the main 2 characters of the first scene is okay, here's my shtick. Okay, anyway. It's just wait, I don't care about anybody yet. You're introducing this organization and all its tiers and makeup and I don't know who the main characters are.
There's a very good reason for that. And I'll kind of, without giving anything away, I'll kind of explain it. Undead Unluck is a story that starts in the middle.
But that was the problem. I didn't care about anybody, and you're already telling me about what were they called? That Council of 13 group. There can only be 13 members. And it's wait, I don't care about the main characters and their plight yet. You haven't established that.
Yeah,
and you're already setting up... Your union, that was it. It's you're already setting up your shonen, the organization. The
Organization 13, yes.
Yeah, exactly. This is a thing in a lot of shonens now. Even One Piece does this. And I'm not even against it, but you see it a lot. The named organization. And it's its ranks and the tier structure of the organization, very structured organizational shonen kind of thing, the court guard squads in Bleach or the
they all have that shit. Demon Slayer has the what's it called, the Hashira or some shit, the elite guys.
The Demon Slayer
core. Also My Hero has the top level. Whoops, I hit my mic. The top level heroes or whatever, the top ranked dudes.
Yeah.
And
then
they all have that shit. One Punch Man has a tier system. It's very common.
And the Marines in One Piece and that kind of thing. There's the organization and the levels of the organization, and it's again, I'm not even against it. I think it can be used great. The Marines do a good job, because it still feels organic. But this was just I've barely been introduced to anything, and you're already dumping a wiki on me. And in that same episode, they go over the whole organization and how they work. They also go over how the powers work and everything. And it's like, this is like, I'm getting whiplash. I barely know the main characters. I can't stress that enough. I know their shtick. I kind of like their shtick.
Who is the main character? The
main character.
It's
white
Fuko.
hair dude. And
So
I haven't watched this.
So you got a girl and a dude. And the girl,
I see the girl is like with a hat or some shit.
Yeah. And then
Her
the main
design
dude,
is horrible. That's
And the main dude is like, he's undead. He can't die. He always regenerates. And his whole shtick is he's trying to find something that will kill him. And this girl has... So all the abilities in this are themed after something. So undead, and she has unluck, where she has, like, weaponized bad luck. But even that, like, has all these rules to it that they just explain in depth in, like, the first episode. And it's like, shouldn't this, like, unveil to us organically, or she find it like, is conditions, right? So if she knows somebody, bad things happen to them. If she touches somebody with her skin, they will instantly get hit by, like, some kind of misfortune. But only her skin, so she can stop it with wearing clothes. But if she kisses somebody, then it's cataclysmic bad luck. Like, she kissed a dude in order to save them in the first episode, and then a goddamn meteor fell from space.
Right.
And
It's
the location.
directly proportional to how much she cares about that person.
Right. So the main guy is like, okay, well, I'm going to get this girl to like me, and so she'll have sex with me, because if kissing brings a meteor strike, then having sex with her will clearly do something so cataclysmic it will kill me. Yeah. So then, like, do something so cataclysmic to me, then I will die. So I must get this girl to love me and have sex with me, so that I will get the absolute apex of whatever bad luck she has to offer. And you know what? I love that premise. But the problem is, again, the writing just fucking kills it. And it's the biggest tragedy, because literally everything about the show is on point. Like I said, even the English dub is on point. Everything's on point, man. But then the fucking... Even like even the writing, like the problem with the writing, like, man, the world seems empty. Like, the only time there's other human beings, the only time there's extras is if there needs to be. Like, oh, well, we need cops to start coming so the heroes run. Otherwise, the world is empty. They'll be driving down a highway, and there ain't a car in sight. Until her bad luck kicks in, then a goddamn semi-truck comes flying off one of the freeways. Like, it feels lifeless. It just feels like, you know what, it doesn't feel like I'm watching a story. It feels like I'm reading an anime wiki. That was the problem I had. Like, I'm just reading character bios. I'm reading wiki pages. I'm reading pages on how the powers work. I'm not reading a story. I'm not following a narrative. And that's why I bailed. I was just like, you know what, if I wanted to read a wiki, I'd read a wiki. Which is ironic, because I've talked before, sometimes I will read a wiki to see, like, if a show's interesting. And then this feel like, oh, this is just reading the wiki for me. The show is the wiki. So that's why I bailed. And it was, again, a damn shame, because quite literally everything else about the show is, like, mwah. It's just great.
I will say that the first couple of episodes don't do as good of a job setting up the premise as the manga did, but if you can get past the hump of, like, the very beginning exposition, the story really, really gets good. It's just it crams a lot in your face because it's trying to fit a lot of chapters in all at the same time. So it gives you a lot of stuff right in your face. But and that's kind of the issue with starting a story that kind of starts in the middle, where there's like a ton of backstory that they're slowly going to get through as the series progresses, is that, you know, sometimes you can get that whiplash from, like, whoa, hey, what's going on? You know, we have this person with this powers and they've just been dropped into the middle of this organization. What's this organization? They're fighting unidentified mysterious animals and trying to save the world from what? What's going on? They have a book that gives them quests they have to do, and if they don't do them, they get punished for it. I mean, I love it. I love it. It's just, you have to get past the hump of the very beginning.
The ideas are fantastic. The writing's just the problem. Like, we should have had one episode just on the main girl, and then at the end of episode 1, that's where main dude shows up. That, like, what was the first 5 minutes of episode 1 should have been the end of episode 1. and then we have an episode for main dude, and then we have them getting hunted, and then we have the organization. Like that's how it should. Like, that way you have a full episode to meet somebody, because we don't really have a chance to meet the main characters. They're just like, and they're just on board with all this shit immediately. Like, what is this chick's life? She's clearly just left it behind. Because this ostensibly takes place in the real world, so it's not like a Dragon Ball thing where this is some crazy world from some guy's imagination. So you get a little more suspension of disbelief. Like, this takes place in our modern world. So did she have a family? I mean, we know she had a family. They died, but did she have other family members? She have friends? She have a job? She have anything going on that she is sacrificing?
She went to live with her grandparents after the.
I would have loved to have known that.
She mentions it very briefly, and it's very easy to miss. But these are things that didn't really, because once again, it's an anime adaptation, so there's some stuff they leave on the cutting room floor from the manga. But like when you're reading the manga, you know that because you're like flipping through it and you see it's like, oh yeah, so she moved in with her grandparents and they took care of her after her unluck caused her parents' plane to explode.
Should have been that we have an episode with her. And the whole thing about, we get the premise from the beginning that she's going to end it all once her favorite manga ends and her favorite manga is about to end. And we have maybe meet her grandparents and a couple unluck things happen. So it's not just let me sit here and exposition you my unluck. Just like let it happen organically a couple times in the episode. Like she meets somebody, like, and then like someone accidentally like, oh no, you brushed against my wrist, and then like she hears like a waitress accidentally like maybe taps her hand or something, like, oh no, I forgot to put my glove back on, and then she hears the waitress slip and fall in the kitchen, like, oh no, my unluck did it again. Just little moments like that, so we can see, oh man, this really is a burden. Look how like she is accidentally causing misfortune to others, and then when she's about to kill herself in the first episode,
Andy shows up, and he's just like,
yeah, and then he shows up.
Yo, what's up?
Like that. Yeah, have that at the end of the first episode. Like we're almost like you bait us into thinking this is a tragic story, and then here is the crazy dude squatting behind her, going, "Hey, what's up? What?" Completely 180s the mood,
butt ass naked.
Yeah,
just
butt
like,
ass naked. Yeah, exactly. Give us that. What? Like you make us feel like we're going through this drama. 180 us at the very last moment with the dude. Boom. End credits. That would have been great. And then next episode, well, who's this naked dude? Well, let's find out. Yeah. And you get the whole crazy shit with him abducting her. Because, like, oh, your thing could kill me? What? You're coming with me. Like, I want you to try to kill me. And have a whole episode of that. Of, like, him kidnapping her and trying to force her to bring about bad luck to him so he'll die. And they get to know each other through this crazy situation. And the first episode, the guys that want to kill them show up. Episode 3, you deal with like the dude with the sword and all that shit. Because all that happened in just episode 1. That's too much. It's too damn much. Like slow. It's like the opposite problem Dragon Ball Z had. It's way in the other direction. Like you just,
it's probably like that in the manga, because they have to basically put as much as they can in the first volume or the first chapter, so that they can get more people to read it. And they just have to cram everything in there. In a series, in an episode series, you can have more time to develop things on an episode to episode basis. But in the manga, you just have to catch everyone's attention in the first chapter, or they won't read again.
Yeah, but even then, like you still do like the first chapter, you could, even those ideas I had for the first 2 episodes, you could have those first 2 episodes in the first chapter. You don't have to go right to Swordman. But I assume that wasn't the first chapter in the manga. No. But like even then, the anime should absolutely like give room to breathe. We did not need all of that in the first episode, because again, I need to care about these characters. I need to meet them. I haven't met them. It's like someone just comes into your house and is like, hey man, you want to play some Elden Ring? And then he just sits down at your computer or your console or whatever and just starts playing. Like, who are you? Yeah, Elden Ring's fun, but I don't want to play it with you. Who are you? I don't know you. Get out of my house. And that's kind of how I felt. Like, dude, just someone barged in my house. I don't know. Like, bro, want to play some KOF? I mean, I like KOF, but I don't know you. Why are you in my house? And they just scoot over, plug in their fight stick. Like, come on, man.
Kyo just walks into your house and he's like, "Hey, let's want to play some KOF." Like,
yeah,
Kyo, what the you doing here? Get out of my house.
Yeah, that's how undead unluck felt. It's like someone just a stranger burst in my house and said, "Want to play some KOF?" Okay, maybe a round. I don't know you, but maybe a round because it is KOF. But this is weird. It's weird. And that was the big problem I had. It's like, okay, well, it's too late now. We're already deep in premise town, so I haven't. I guess I'm just not gonna get to meet these people. Okay, I'm already expected to care. Like episode 2 already did the, hey, let's have sex. No, not like this moment. And I like that happened, but that should have been like episode 5. It's just like, no, this is only the second fucking episode. Jesus Christ, this show's on speed. This show's on like trucker speed. So, okay, man, then the guys come in and then just truck is and then there's one dude, he's a big robot. And then one dude, he's like, she just scoots over to him. And there's the union. There can only be 13. And they're like, well, if I kill you, I can take your spot. And oh, he's got special. Like that's all one episode. I'm not spitballing. That is how events went down.
They had to cram because see, they decided, and it was TMS that did the. Because David Productions actually did the art for it, which they killed it. They nailed it.
Oh God, yeah.
I love David. I love David Productions. Like not just because of their JoJo stuff, but like any anime they touch, like the art is going to be phenomenal for.
Oh, for real, yeah.
But TMS made this decision that they wanted season 1 to end at a certain point, and so to get to that point, they had to speed run the entire intro. And left a couple of things on the cutting room floor. I mean, and it's unfortunate. That it's not like Unnamed Memory, where it torpedoed the entire show because they crammed like a billion volumes into like, how many episodes did Unnamed Memory end up having? It wasn't that many. I think it was like maybe 12 total.
I didn't see that one. I do know the name. I remember hearing about this. So.
Yeah, people highly recommended it because they read the light novel and they were like, "Oh yeah, this is like a really really good light novel, and the anime should be really good if they follow the plot and don't try to mess with it too much." Yeah, it was 12 episodes, but they fit like, God, how many volumes did they try to fit into just those 12 episodes? Let me see, where was it? I'm looking over the list now. Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 volumes, all in Jeez. 12 episodes. Yeah, it was stupid. And Crazy. I saw people on Twitter were really pissed off about it because it was like you're not giving any time for like a lot of the backstory that's going to be important later. Like you're leaving out stuff that you're gonna like have to come back and be like, oh yeah, by the way, this happened, but you didn't see it in the anime. And people were like not happy. They were just not having it.
Yeah, I think the I think Overlord did this, and I think I know Overlord did this, but I think Tanya did this too. Where it was like 3 episodes to a book on a light novel series. Like, well, I think Tanya even more than that. I think it was maybe like the first season was like 2 books. Like that's I think the good. Like that's breathing room, right?
Yeah, it should be like 2.5 chapters per episode. I think it's the average conversion.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And every volume has about what 9 or 10 chapters.
Yeah,
usually about.
I know Overlord was neat about it. It was like 3 episodes to a book. Boom, boom, boom. Tanya, I think, was stretched a little more, but they were both really good adaptations. Even if Overlord's animation kind of, it was all over the place. But like that's how you want to do it. If you're going to do a light novel adaptation, you got to give like room to breathe without doing the One Piece thing, where it's like 1 manga chapter per entire episode.
Well, also One Piece suffers from the Naruto problem, where they frequently catch up to the original manga, and so they have to create like entire episodes based on like 1 panel. So they have to like expand on it so much. It's like nothing happened in this episode.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like it's whatever you think about My Hero Academia, because I know like opinions are mixed on the show, even though it's really popular. I know there's a lot of people that vehemently
It just
hate it.
ended in the
fucking hate
manga,
it.
actually.
Yeah. I'm curious. I want to kind of catch up on it, see how it went, because I liked it, but it wasn't my favorite ever. But there's things about it I liked, so I kind of want to see
Oh, I
did they drop
hated-
the ball? Oh, you
fucking
hated it?
hated it.
Yeah.
Why'd you hate it? I'm curious.
I don't know. It was just it felt generic. And every season just kept getting worse and worse. And I got to about what's the one with the little girl and they're trying to kidnap this little girl and she belongs to some evil organization or
The
something.
guys with like the plague doctor masks.
Yeah, that shit.
Oh yeah.
And then it jumped to the other little girl with the tuxedo mask dude or whatever the hell is.
Oh, Gentle.
I don't know.
And
yeah,
Brava.
Gentle Criminal. Yeah, that
Oh,
arc.
no,
that
no,
arc
That
was
arc was
terrible.
actually that arc was. That's the thing. I liked Gentle Criminal, but that arc
That
was
was the
such a
thing.
whiplash.
That arc was fucking terrible, but Gentle Criminal was fantastic.
He was fantastic.
That whole arc was basically when Gentle Criminal is not on screen, you should be asking, "Where's Gentle Criminal?"
Right?
It was like, okay, here's some stupid shit of like kids at the superhero school getting ready for what was it like was it prom or some school
The
festival?
school
festival
festival.
was-
That was
was
the
it.
school festival arc, as all
Stupidest.
animes with high school elements have to have.
Yep.
You have to have the school
Fucking
festival.
awful.
There's
was
the beach
fucking-
episode,
Beach
the school
episode, the school
festival.
festival.
Yeah, it was fucking awful. Every minute of it, I hated life. But then they cut to Gentle Criminal. I was like, I love him. I love him. I want him to be the new main character. I love him so much. And then it would cut from Gentle Criminal, like, wait, come back. I'm like reaching at the screen wistfully. Wait, come back. No, I don't want to go back to their stupid school fest. Are you getting ready for the are you doing a takoyaki stand? Yeah, I'm gonna do a takoyaki. I don't care. You just had a whole arc that was this fucking intrigue with this criminal organization and it's like with quirk like superpower destroying bullets and this really well done villain and all this crazy shit. Oh my god, at the end of that arc where the League of Supervillains like basically took their main villain spot back and they in the most hardcore way possible where he took the motherfucker's limbs and left him there. Oh my, I love that shit. You can't go from that. And all this excitement and intrigue and all this plot going on. I mean, granted, at the end, I expected when I heard about this arc, I expected there to be more plot than there was. It was a lot of boss fights, but there's still some good shit there. It's like you can't go from that to, hey, I'm gonna sell T-shirts at the school festival. Will you help me build my booth? No, go away. What is you doing? I know you're Japanese. School festival is a big thing over there. But you ramped up the stakes. You can't go back. You can't go back to school festival after you had the overhaul arc. You can't do that whole big fight with like I can rearrange matter and I'm gonna turn into a giant. I'm gonna use all the matter in the street to turn myself into a giant golem with wings and shit. And it takes like 12 superheroes to bring me down and the biggest fucking thing. And then we have this whole hardcore scene with the villains, hijacking his prison transport, and I love that scene to death. Oh, that was so good. I was like, you can't have all this and then do school festival. That was the dumbest shit I have ever seen a shonen do. It's like that's like if after the Frieza saga, Goku went on another Dragon Ball style journey, and like, oh, here's some we're panty joke. Like you can't go back to that. You have created momentum. The snowball is growing. You can't throw it at your friend again. It is now a boulder.
Yeah, Frieza Saga, and then you have Gohan studying for finals.
Yes. Yeah, like
Most generic shit ever.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. I hated it. But then Gentle Criminal, man, Gentle Criminal was great. Like, so if anybody has not watched My Hero yet, and you're kind of thinking about it, when you get past the overhaul arc, just kind of like skim, because I literally started doing this halfway through the arc. I just started skimming episodes. Oh, they talk about the school festival. Let me just drag the timeline forward. There's a little preview there. Let me just see. Oh, there he is, Gentle Criminal. Okay, like I just started doing that. It was. That's why like I'm kind of divided on My Hero. Like there's a lot in that show. Like damn, that's good shit. That they did that right. That did that just right. And then there's parts of it like that is the what is going through your little monkey brain there that you thought that was a good idea to do in your story.
Yeah, I think the entire series is boom and bust. There are parts it's worth watching the series because like when it gets good, it gets really, really good. Like I would put it at the top of like the greatest shonen series of all time. But when it gets bad, it's unwatchable.
Yeah. It's like a more exaggerated version.
All of them, I mean, most shonen are like that. They have like 2 or 3 big moments in every season. And everything else is just leading up to that big moment.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it's just the lead up is so long and so bad that it's not worth it for me.
Yeah. I could see that. I think if My Hero is like a more exaggerated version of Bleach. Because Bleach has some really good arcs. And it's got some dud arcs. But I don't think the duds go as low as My Hero's lows. But My Hero hits higher highs.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And it's more compact, too. Like, Bleach will have a really good arc that's like several episodes, several chapters long. And then like that dud arc that's several episodes, several chapters long. So it's but My Hero will be like, this is amazing. And then the very next episode, oh, that was trash. Oh my god, these next 3 episodes are fantastic. And the next 3 episodes is kind of okay. It's whatever. I'm kind of fucking bored. Like it's like looks like a lie detector test the way it like goes up and down and up and down and up and down. Like it looks like a lie detector test when someone's bullshitting you.
Yeah, I see Sparky in the chat. He says, Sword Art Online, Alicization is like that. You can skim 80% and not miss anything. Yeah, Sword Art for me, it's like the first season of Sword Art was like pure Kino, and then it was garbage. Complete garbage, and I only watched it because I wanted to know what happened. And then I got to Alicization, and it was actually pretty good. I was like, oh my god, they actually made it good again! And then it got bad, and then it got good again. But it's like a heart monitor, right? Like he flatlines, but then they bring him back. But then like he's back for a little bit, but then he flatlines again. That's Sword Art.
See, I'm firmly on team Sword Art has always been trash.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, but My Hero, I'm curious to see how it ended because I want to know if it did end on a high note because My Hero could go either way. Like with the high highs and the low lows it has, it's genuinely like totally up in the air. Whether or not this series sticks the landing.
I will say this, having read the manga and having seen people like post spoilers, the spoilers are mostly based on a mistranslation of what happened. So I went into it thinking this totally different thing was going to happen, and it didn't happen the way that people kept saying it was going to happen. But that's not stopping people from memeing it. And I don't want to spoil it, but. Yeah, the memes are not quite true, but it's still funny to think about.
Question. So you saw the ending?
I did.
So what'd you think?
I'll say this. I wasn't as satisfied as I could have been. Just based on the fact that I will say this, it does have a time skip in it.
I heard, yeah.
It does have a time skip in it. I was not as pleased that it I wasn't really pleased that not a lot happened during the time skip. It's like literally one thing happens during the time skip, and it's not that satisfying. It feels like the mistranslation comes from the fact that like nothing happens in the time skip, and apparently I don't even want to say it. But like he doesn't really interact with the other students that much over the course of the time skip.
Mm.
So it almost feels like he sacrificed his power to save the world, and then they're just like, "Up, you're quirkless again. Fuck you. We don't give a shit anymore."
Yeah, I did hear about that, and I kind of saw that coming too. But like it does feel like time skip was inevitable. I mean, there was the series begins with the narration of "This is how I became the world's greatest hero," or whatever.
But it's a hefty time skip,
and because you're following heroes in training, it only makes sense that at the end we see like what they become. And I heard that the joke about Yaoyorozu's boobs just keep getting bigger, and apparently when you see her after the time skip, she's like comically stacked. That's kind of funny.
She's like H cups, man. They're fucking massive.
Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. Horikoshi, you okay?
I don't even know if Mineta's alive anymore because he saw those things and like died of blood loss.
It's like that's the point where it's like it's been a while, buddy. I mean, I'm just saying, man.
I will say this was like a based Horikoshi moment because he saw all the people bitching about Yao Rozo's boobs and he was just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna make them like 4 times the size after the time skip."
That's what SNK
off
did.
Twitter people.
That's what SNK did. Remember on Hell when KOF 14 revealed she was in KOF 4? We probably don't know. So when they revealed KOF 4 on Hell in KOF 14, and it was like early footage, and you had that was the height of like the Gamergate SJW feminism movement, right? So any I mean, you think like it's still kind of going on now, but it was like even more performative back then. Of like, oh my God, is that a woman with boobs? How dare you, sir? Sexist, you know, all that stuff. The buzzwords were just abound. And the very next time you saw on Hell another trailer when they had touched up the graphics some, her boobs were bigger. So that's how they responded to the social media outcry of, oh my God, on Hell's breasts. We're like, okay, we shall make them bigger. And then she appeared again in game. And they made her they bumped her up one more time before release too. Just bigger. Bigger.
And Mexico thanks her for this.
They did it again recently with fucking Jenny and City of the Wolves. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like every time she's appeared, she's gone up a cup size. Compare her from Garo to KOF to City of the Wolves. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people with like the dumbest take imaginable because the Capcom versus SNK game is getting a re-release and a port. And I've seen a lot of people bitching because they're like, oh, they censored the art. Is SNK going woke? And I'm like, no, that wasn't SNK. That game was made by Capcom.
Well, no, it was made by SNK, but Capcom has a say. And like I think everybody kind of
Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, like it was made by SNK, but Capcom is like the co-publisher. So they get to make like the ultimate say in like what's allowed and what's not allowed. Because I think it's like SNK's company, their people made the game, but Capcom was the publisher or something like that.
It wasn't even either one. So SNK technically has, like they're the ones in control of the game, and that's why the game released basically uncensored. But Capcom does get like, if you're going to release it, they have to make a deal. So like, put this in there. Like that whole does not align with our current values. 100% was Capcom. 100%.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, SNK when they've put out a desktop, like a PC and phone desktop version of the poster, uncensored version. Like
that's the thing too. That's the thing too, is that in Japan they released everything completely uncensored. There's no like warning before the screen or whatever. They just don't care. It was only in the Western release.
Yeah, the game itself is uncensored, and that does feel like an SNK thing. Like the SNK and Capcom are very like disparate in how they're doing things now, because Capcom is, the buzzwords about woke or whatever. I mean, I think now even if something is going woke, you just hear the word woke and you go, oh God, like it's like a reflex at this point. It's like what SJW became.
Oh yeah, Necros in the chat says, you mean SVC Chaos? That's out now. SNK made that one. Yeah.
But Capcom has embraced the sort of quote unquote modern audiences mantra. SNK thoroughly has not.
Good.
Deeply and thoroughly has not. To the point now, I think they are the last major fighting game developers still putting big titties in their game. Because even Arxis is like, you've seen Strive. I don't even have to finish that sentence.
Yeah,
you've seen Guilty Gear Strive.
God, they have killed the Guilty Gear franchise with that game.
Yeah.
They brought in a bunch of people that don't play fighting games. And guess what they do? They pick up... Most of them don't pick up Strive. They just post about it on Twitter. But the ones that did, they pick it up, realize that they don't know how to play a fighting game, and then they just drop it and they never touch it again. And they don't buy the DLC. So you know what they're doing with the DLC? They're releasing more femboys.
Well, here's the thing too. Fun for because I'm a enthusiastic fighting game player, and I can give you a little bit of inside baseball. So Strive's player base numbers are going down, but its numbers at tournaments are going up. Like Evo, it was a huge draw at Evo. Well, why is this? Well, there's a reason, and if you've sort of lurked around or orbited around a lot of these spaces, you quickly find out. See, Strive, politics aside, is incompetently designed for a host of reasons. Its mechanics, it was so hell-bent on being new, casual, bad at fighting games friendly, that the game is just a fucking mess. And Arc System Works is historically bad at balancing.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah. They're horrendously bad at character balancing. It's actually funny. They can't do it to save their life. It took them how many decades to get a decent balance on Guilty Gear XX? I mean, so let's look at how many re-releases XX got. But the Strive, the mechanics, the damage output, everything that they have in that game, the balance is so bad that now there's a lot of people, a lot of pros that play it specifically to find who is broken because it's played for money. It's like, who can I exploit to make some quick cash? That is what Guilty Gear Strive has become.
That makes sense. Yeah, the fighting game community likes to glom onto games that are just totally, like, the balance is totally shot, because you can easily, like, go to some of these, like, lower tier tournaments and just dominate and just make, like, free cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, infamously, Snake Eyes, fantastic players, like one of the best Zangief players in the world, decided to dunk on Strive and show how bad this game was by entering a tournament as Potemkin. At the time, the Potemkin was at his lowest on the tier list, and he swept. He swept the tournament. Because, like, this is what happens when a real fighting game player plays Strive. This is why Strive, you know, you look at the top 8 on Strive, and it's always, like, people that don't play any other game. They've got all their pride flags in the logo. You don't see pride flags in Street Fighter top 8. You definitely don't see it in KOF top 8.
No, God, no.
Yeah. Because a lot of that too, like those identity people, you know, they're not, they glom onto this social thing because they're mediocre. They're not good at the video game. So they try to win on Twitter because they ain't winning in the match.
I love this comment from Necro in the chat. He says, no, actually, Cody, he's a flowchart pattern button pusher. Idiot.
But yeah, but yeah, Strive is just, it's a bad game that, like, real pros play to exploit, and most of them won't touch it because, like, what do you want to put up with Happy Chaos and Gold Lewis? Like, even if you want to break, it becomes a point of, like, do you want to try to break this game for money, but then put up with this game, right? It's like someone says, hey, I got a really easy babysitting job for you. You'll make $1,000 a day, but you have to babysit this insane child that keeps breaking everything and pooping his pants. And you're just going to have to smell that all day. You don't even have to change him, but when he poops his pants, you're going to have to smell it. And you're going to be with him for a few hours, but you'll make a clean grand. You might do it at the beginning. And then, $2,000 again, like once a week, $1,000. Man, I just go and babysit this kid. But after a while, I was like, do I really want to keep doing this? Is the $1,000 really worth it to put up with this fucking hellion that won't, like, the parents won't raise him? He's not getting any better. It's been like 2 years. He's only getting worse. Do I want to keep putting up with this? No. And so they just don't. It's kind of the opposite reason, by the way, why KOF's numbers are low. Like, not only is it niche in the West, it's mainly Latin America and Asia. So, like, in America, it's not as big. But not only that, KOF is, like, so much legacy skill, because each KOF game, just things carry over. So if you played, like, KOF 98, you could play KOF 15 and jump right in and
all the
whip some of that.
combos.
Yeah. Or at least if you don't know the combos, you know how they work. Because the logic of the combos and the gameplay mechanics stay all those years. So legacy skill is big in KOF. And the people that have been playing KOF are monsters. Like, these are guys that have been doing this 20 years. Zhao Hai can play KOF 98, the vanilla 98, one-handed. There is footage of him doing it.
Damn.
Like, KOF players don't fuck around. So you don't just enter KOF to make some money. Those motherfuckers... No, KOF is an owned space. The people that play KOF own KOF. You don't just come into KOF. Fucking Maximilian was griping about it when KOF 15 launched, and he was, like, going online streaming it. It was like either new people that didn't know how to play KOF, or a fucking KOF monster that just, like, plays 2002 on Fightcade all the time, jump right in and just one character victory, OCV Maximilian every time. Like, legacy skill is real in that series, so that's why, like, the Evo numbers are low. Like, let them play that. Not only is it less popular in America, but it's like the guys that do play it, let them play it. You ain't even going to make it out of pools. That's why it's the same two guys every time. That's kind of the problem. Grand finals, it's always ET versus Xiaohai because those two are insane. You're just not going to beat... The only people that can beat those two are the other guy. It's fucking Macbeth and Demona. The only one that can kill them is each other.
Or you wait 10 years, they get old, their reflexes just go down, and some 12-year-old just bodies them.
You say that, but like a lot of these old guys still got it. Fucking Alex Valle and Justin Wong, they're getting old. They still got it.
I just give them 10 more years.
You get that muscle memory in there. Like, that doesn't go... You could be, like, old and senile, put a fight stick in front of them, and they'll be doing all the crazy Marvel 2 shit all over again. But yeah, that's just a little fighting game fact I think is interesting. But, like, that's kind of indicative, though, a deeper problem that's in a lot of these games. It's like SNK feels like they're the last ones that are, like... feel like fighting games as you loved them. Because, like, Capcom's embraced a lot of the corporate shit.
Well, they've embraced the corporate stuff, and they've also embraced like trying to make the games as normie friendly as humanly possible. Because they're like, oh, this will make number go up if we make the game more accessible and easy for the average player. It's like, yeah, but then it's not a fighting game.
Everyone's trying to get those Smash numbers. Like, you don't want the Smash players. Look what happened to the Smash community.
Yeah, when you make a game easy and accessible, and you just don't care about the balance, you get the Smash Bros. Community.
Yeah. Granted, Street Fighter 6's balance is alright. I think Akuma is absolutely pay to win. But that aside...
Well, yeah, that's standard Capcom operating procedure, is release a DLC character that's hilariously broken so everybody buys him, and only later do you nerf the shit out of him.
Capcom isn't as bad at that, but fucking Tekken is.
Oh yeah,
my god,
Tekken? Harada doesn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, by the way, Eddie Gordo is back to ruin your childhood all over again.
Remember Leroy and Fakumram?
Oh my god.
In Tekken 7? Like, yeah, they're awful with that shit. Yeah, Capcom can be bad with that shit. But Tekken.
I just love that Eddie Gordo picked right up where he left off, which was like crushing all of your friends with one button.
That fucking guy that made a bot to play ranked to just press 3 over and over as Eddie Gordo. And it got like high ranked. And it was just a bot. It wasn't even a cheat bot. Like because Street Fighter 6 has that problem. I don't know if you know about the cheating in that game, but like, no, this guy just made a bot that just presses one button as Eddie Gordo over and over. And it wins.
He got ranked way higher than he should have been reasonably able to achieve.
It was so funny. Oh, I'm just getting fighting game talk. I'm kind of losing the plot here. But yeah, but that's the kind of thing. Capcom and SNK have diverged. Like, SNK is still doing their thing. They do not care about the modern audience. It's like, I don't fucking care. My titties are still out. What of it? Do something. Like, you saw that Jenny trailer for City of the Wolves, and it's like, yeah, SNK don't give a fuck.
Yeah, SNK does not care.
Oh, are you offended? Oh, well, we gave her a new move. She has a counterattack now, where she hits you with her ass. And in doing so, basically assumes the position. like they don't give a fuck. I'll suck this company's dick all day. But like, and then you look at Capcom, right? And then just, they are just, everything's got to be hyper realistic because we love our RE engine. And
God, I hate the RE engine so much.
Damn, I'm so fucking tired of the RE engine. It was neat at first, right? Devil May Cry 5, right? I think they did it right there.
Yeah, it looks great, but the problem is that like every game is made with it now, and even games that should be a little more cartoony are still like hyper realistic. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah. Street
Fighter doesn't look right in the RE engine. It doesn't feel like Street Fighter.
Yeah. Some of the characters Terry just looks wrong. We've seen Terry in the trailers. This guy looks wrong. Terry looks wrong.
He just doesn't. It didn't translate well.
Yeah, because like nobody can be perfect except for like some of the like Cammy. Cammy's the only character that gets to look like a fighting game character from the 90s. But yeah, like, and you see the difference there and that they're going, and that fucking announcer character from Street Fighter 6 Eternity, like that fucking I don't even know what that creature is. Like, it's I guess trying to be Chris Tucker from The Fifth Element without all the charisma. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? And that's what Capcom's doing. And then, like, so when you see that warning in SVZ Chaos, like, that's like, yeah, Capcom is involved. And it makes me think, like, you are really going to see a divergence. Because eventually they are absolutely going to do Capcom and SNK again. Like, they'll probably do what they did before. Capcom makes their game, SNK makes their game. And you are going to see the company difference at that point. And the only question is Capcom going to stick their nose in SNK's version? Are they going to mandate to SNK, no doing this, no doing this? Or at least with our characters.
Because they have been doing that for every game.
Yeah.
Or at least almost every game. They're trying to push their shit. And they don't realize it's not really selling for some reason.
Yeah.
Or at least people are not so passionate about the games anymore.
Yeah. And it's like, if anybody remembers Marvel vs. Capcom sales are down big time.
Yeah, this is what Capcom's having to deal with now. Capcom game sales decline 44% as overall sales decline 33%. And this is it's not just them too, like all the companies that the get woke go broke and they just kind of like mocked it. They're like all these companies, look at all these sales from all these games. Look how many people bought Final Fantasy VII, Rebirth or whatever. And then you look at the actual numbers, it's like, no, actually Square Enix lost their ass because nobody bought it.
Yeah, as a Final Fantasy VII fanboy that fucking hated that remake, I'm like Thanos twerking over the fucking sales numbers for that second remake. It's like, shill this, Maximilian. It's like, fucking told you, just don't. Just all you had to do was just tell the story of Final Fantasy VII and not fuck with it. All you had to do, and you couldn't do it. And there you go. There's your sales.
Yeah, the second episode didn't get like much. I mean, even in Twitch and on Twitch, no one's playing it.
Yeah.
Or no one really played it. Versus the first one, the first episode, everyone was playing it.
I play it. Cause I own it.
Because the first game, there was the novelty that, Final Fantasy VII remake, let's go! And then it became apparent, it's not. It's a stealth sequel.
It's completely different.
So who cares anymore? Like if they had just stuck to the story, and expanded things, but not fanficked it, and like, oh no, it's actually an AU sequel. That's actually having a message about how we're mad that you wanted a remake. Little spiteful bullshit. Like, if they hadn't done that, it's like people would be all over the second game. It's like, we saw how they did Midgar. How are they going to do the next part? How are they going to do this now? It's like, well, they're not. They're just telling their own story. So, all right, bye. And then that's it. The hype is dead, and the third game will probably sell even less.
There's also it's exclusive, right?
Yeah, well,
it's
PlayStation
exclusive, I think 5 exclusive.
They're going to bring it to PC, I think.
Yeah, but they usually bring it like a year later.
Yeah.
What's the point? At that point, I've seen like 15 people play it, and I know everything about it. So
exactly. Yeah, I think that's kind of a thing with streaming. I think a lot of companies haven't really thought of, but it's going to be a problem. It's like people are just going to watch people stream this game and not play it.
Yeah. If you cannot give me the game in day one, I'm just going to watch someone else play it. Fuck
or just make the game worth playing besides just a spectacle. Like if it's just, look at Final Fantasy VII, well, I'll watch someone else play it, or I'll watch a playthrough. I don't need to play it. That's why you kind of need a gameplay thing going. That's like, it doesn't matter how many times you watch a streamer play Elden Ring, you might still want to play Elden Ring, Because
it's one of those games where, skill matters and things can change. People can decide to do things differently from somebody else. So it's not always the exact same thing every single time somebody plays it. Like, you have somebody that just, like, goes up against a boss and just, like, wrecks the crap out of the boss. Or you get, like, a DSP who's, like, dying to the same boss over and over and over again, and it's funny.
Yeah. Like, I think games more than ever now need to be gameplay focused, and you can't just have an experience, quote unquote, on rails, because someone could just watch a streamer play it and have no reason to play it themselves.
Well, that's why it's so much more fun to play something like Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater as opposed to playing like Metal Gear Solid 4. Because like 4 is just, another hour-long cutscene. I think Conan summarized it best. He's like, I haven't pressed the controller in 45 minutes. And while 4, the story of 4 is really great, like, it's like, you play the game for like 10 minutes and then you get like an hour-long cutscene. Like that was Kojima at his absolute like most cracked out. He's just like, it's like, come on, I want to play. I want to play the game. But I think 3 like matched, like it was the perfect blend of the cutscenes versus the gameplay element.
Yeah, you had all kinds of crazy shit you could do just for fun in that game. I like they'll just with camo alone, So that I think games are gonna have to do more like that. It's more of like I want to do that and do it my way. Whereas like, oh well, just go from point A to point B, watch cutscene, point A to point B, complete objective. It's like,
You mean
okay,
Final
well, I don't
Fantasy
have to buy the game,
13?
I'll watch- Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Walking in a straight line simulator? Yeah, God.
Don't get me started. I'm a big Final Fantasy fanboy. I'll get a fucking
I know.
that goddamn game. Final Fantasy had a dark period for a while.
It did.
was a dark
It
period.
really did. Oh my God.
It really
I never
did.
played that one. I didn't play 13 or 15.
15, I actually haven't played all the way through because I didn't like it. So it's like, oh man, I'm gonna be involved in this. I gotta set aside some time. And then I never set aside any time.
I never touched 15 because that was during the period where I didn't have a very good computer, so I couldn't really play it when it came out on PC. And I didn't buy the latest PlayStation, so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be playing any Final Fantasies until they release on like something else on PC, and I get a better PC.
15's got issues here and there, but it's really good for these three main reasons. It's got a solid main cast. It did like the Final Fantasy V thing, where instead of having like a big rotating cast, no, you just stick to these same characters through the whole game. You get to know them, you get to like them. They all have their own different things. It's like it's a road trip with the boys. That's a lot of the game, and it's an open world road trip with the boys in like a mixture of like modern day versus fantasy kind of combination. So that's number one, road trip with the boys. It's great. Yeah, they're pretty boys. It's like a boy band, whatever. It's Final Fantasy. Everybody's gonna be pretty. Who cares? It's just the style of the series. Road trip with the boys. The main villain is fantastic, man. The bad guy in Final Fantasy 15. It's like every time he shows up, it's like the game just gets better. Every cutscene he's in, he just steals the show. I love him to death. Dude rules. So yeah, main bad guy is great, and I kind of with point one, the open world is fun. It's like, I'll go around, do little missions and stuff. Like, do the main story, and it's just like it's not full GTA, but it's pretty close. It's just fun. It's just like, okay, I want to involve in the main story, but you know what?
Well, that's kind of what I want in a Final Fantasy game. I want to be able to like kind of march to the beat of my own drum, have a lot of like fun side quests, and then have a really great villain that just like. The Kefka that just like they walk in and all of a sudden the game is like at its peak.
Oh yeah, that's the villain of 15 is one of the best they've ever had. Hands down. Like there's a reason Final Fantasy needs a good main villain. That's a big thing with that series. There's a reason that in Dissidia, it's like each game is represented by the main character and the main villain.
And also the main villain, yeah.
yeah. So like the main villain of 15 is like an absolute showstopper. He's great. His actor is fantastic. His actor says like he's one of the guy that played the main villain 15 is like an actual, I think, film or TV actor or something. It's when they were getting a lot of British actors for Final Fantasy, and he said like, yeah, it's one of my favorite roles I've ever done is that guy in Final Fantasy 15. Like he's amazing. He's great. He's got great lines, charisma, delivery, style. Even his character design is great. It's great. 15's great. I highly recommend it if you haven't played it. I haven't even finished it, and I highly recommend it. I'm gonna have to, if I play it again, I'm just gonna have to restart from the beginning.
That would be something that because I really do want to start playing more RPGs on stream. I mean, that's something that I think I've keep saying like I'm gonna do more like gaming streams and do all this stuff on the GATORTIME channels, but I always end up like coming home from work and I'm like, oh, I gotta get up at 8 o'clock in the morning again. It's like I don't feel like it. I've got to go to bed in 5 hours. I'm just gonna slug. I'm gonna slug life. I'm gonna rot max goblin mode. So, yeah, I still feel like doing. I have to, and I think a lot of people have. I've seen a lot of like my favorite VTubers like say the same thing. They're just like, oh, I want to stream, but I just can't motivate myself to do it. Because most VTubers are introverts by nature. I mean, that's why you end up like on the computer all the time streaming. Is you're an introvert, and you expend energy like when you socially interact. Like even with people on the internet, like you just expend all your energy like interacting with people, and you're just like, oh, I just want a goblin mode. for the rest of the night, you know?
Yeah, I run into that a lot because my girl's on the spectrum, like not fully autistic, but on the spectrum. And it's funny because like I get recharged in social interactions. Like I'm gonna be wired all day after this podcast, just like, oh, I'm talking to people. I like talking to people. And she's like, afterwards, like, I can't talk to any more people. I need to go home. And she's like, there's actually footage of me and her, because we got caught in the background of like a Vic Mignogna thing when he was like going off during like the height of the Kick Vic shit, and you could see us. And it's funny because when I saw that footage, because I'm standing there listening, and you could see that she was dead because we were in line for a while. So
she had this blank expression, and you had like the SpongeBob "I'm ready" look on your face.
Yes, and then like she's like clinging to me and just like falling, like she with this miserable look at her face, because like we were there for hours, and she was just like in a crowd for hours, and she's like, I'm spent. I want to go retreat into a locked room in the dark by myself. I just don't see another human being. Because we were also at a convention. It was at a convention. So we went from the crowded convention to a long line, and she was just done with humanity. So I like get it. Like I'm the opposite. I kind of get jazzed, but I've like lived with the other side where it's like, okay, we got are you humaned out? Okay, let's go home. You know, that kind of thing. So I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're on the spectrum. I
probably am. I mean, let's be real here.
But I do understand. Yeah, my recommendation, if you do need some motivation, this is my recommendation to anybody. Watch someone else do the thing you want to do, and that does it, like either do it really well or really poorly. Because if you do it really well, it's like you always want to do really well yourself. Like I want to skinwalk that success, you know. And if you do it really poorly, it's like you want to push them to the side. Move over. Let me do it.
So, like, I do watch all of the cool people that do all of the cool stuff that I want to do. Literally, like I've noticed that the Oshis that I tend to gravitate more towards are like the streamers that like do the stuff that I already like to do, but are very, very highly successful with it. Like, you know, I was a huge Metal Gear fanboy, and that's what led me to Maid Mint on her previous incarnation, and made me like a huge fanboy of her, because I'm just like, yeah, I love Metal Gear.
Fellow Metal Gear enthusiast.
Yeah, exactly.
Something that usually works out for me is when it comes to motivation, there are two things. The first one is find someone that's doing the same thing as you and make them like a rival in your head. So you're constantly competing with them. And I did this with low effort clips. When he started popping off, he became like in my head like the guy I wanted to beat with my videos and things. But that ran its course, and I mean I'm pretty much burned out at this point because I've been doing this for about 3 years already.
I was about to say, yeah, it's been like 3 years.
Yeah, it sucks.
Which is like 10 in VTuber time.
And the other thing I can do for motivation is try to find someone you can help out, or someone that's struggling, and try to. I mean, it's just this kind of the I can fix her problem, but turn that into some sort of like motivation. Like if someone needs help, you can try to help them out, and that usually gets you like motivated to do something, or at least for that person, you usually just work a bit harder than you would for yourself, because you don't want to let them down. And that's usually my two things I try to do. Currently, I'm not doing either of them, so.
Necro in the chat says, Azehara, my Oshi.
My clips are struggling a bit. I'm releasing like a clip a week or something like that. It's horrible. I used to release it was about 4 clips a week. Now I'm doing 1.
Well, what if I can suggest? What might help? Maybe you need like a little bit of a change, not a huge change, but a little bit of change. Maybe just like start clipping a new VTuber. If there's any other VTubers you like, it's like, I'm start clipping them. Just like not stop clipping Pippa and Kirsha, but as like throw in another VTuber, just mix it up.
Well, I saw you started making clips of Alien Mixture. She's a great one to clip because she's hilarious. I love Allie.
Yeah, I have one of her clips scheduled soon.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
I just have to work on it a bit.
Yeah, like mixing it up can really like just give you new drive too. Like I'm surprised at how much more motivated I got to do fancier art stuff just by getting like a big expensive Cintiq. Because like I splurged, got like the new model because I wanted this to last because my last one just died. So I was like, screw it, I'm gonna get like the newest model, and this thing better last. You know, it should last longer than this one did.
Well, what motivated
like,
me to get the podcast together again was I got these two new massive monitors because my last screens were like 1080p maxes. These are 1440p at like 144 hertz. So it's just like, oh man, like I have the one good TV now. I have like the four great TVs. It's great.
Yeah, I saw your setup. It looked like goddamn Mission Control.
Yeah, my dad always jokes about it. He sees it. He's like, oh, you got your NASA setup going. I'm like, yep.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's just a little something like that, a little change. Like, yeah, you're still doing the thing, but now it's a little different. And it's just like, if you're just copy paste all the time, day by day, that's what starts to make like things you enjoy kind of miserable. Like even just games, like you can't play the same game the same time every day. Yeah, you can do it like for a while when you're first jazz,
you're
like,
talking about the guy that played Destiny for how many years has it been? 10 years?
Yeah, but look how much you complain.
I mean,
No,
I'm
you're
playing
right.
World of Warcraft right now.
Yeah.
And,
Like,
shit, I've been playing that game since it came out back in 2004.
Yeah, I
but
was a
you're like,
launch
you'll
day
play
player
it.
of that too, but I dropped it.
But you'll play like a different game though. That's the thing.
No, I haven't played like that many different games. I played
See-
World of Warcraft and I play League, and that's it. And I go back to them, and maybe I pick up like Cyberpunk, or I pick up like I don't know what else did I pick up? XCOM. I picked it
Yeah,
up.
but that's the thing. Like you do pick up Cyberpunk and XCOM because like you want to sit
And-
down and game, but the same game again and again. And
Well, like even I
again.
take like long. See, that's the thing. Like I'll grind the hell out of Destiny 2, but then I'll just take like maybe a month or 2 months off and do something else. Like right now, I'm really into EA College Football because it's like the first college football game they've released in like 10 years. So it's like, oh yeah, they've updated all the uniforms and the stadiums and the schemes and stuff, and it's a lot of fun. It's probably not going to be a game that I'm going to play for like 2-3 months. It's probably going to be like I'm gonna play it the shit out of it for like the next like week or so, and then I'm gonna get bored with it and I'm gonna go do something else.
A football normie and an anime podcast.
I know,
Skinwalker.
I'm very strange. I like so many different things. But
Normies, get out. Read.
Well, I went to college. If you go to college and you're at a football school, you become a football fan.
Oh, but that's the thing. Like you do mix it up, and I think like if you're doing the same thing again, that's like I had to start like, I mean, my publisher recommended it to get more eyes on sell more books, but like drawing nothing but Cloud Scratcher for a while was like driving me up a wall. Like I love doing the comic, but like I need to draw anything else, especially like I can't. Like I don't normally draw furry characters. Like it's just for this comic. Like I was gonna point like I haven't drawn a human in months. This is fucking killing me. So like making like every other week, and then you draw like just something else. Like use VTuber fan art stuff. It's drawing stuff for like Pippa streams. Like drawing Pippa shit was like
Yeah, the Pippa
massive breath of
cookbook, the
fresh air.
Phase cookbook was great. I like
Yeah,
how I
I
immediately started like picking people's art out. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Cody. Cody drew that character. That's great.
yeah.
I
So it's
just
like
did a bunch of AI slop for that.
yeah, in the pages there's a lot of AI slop. The cover I did Pippa and Tenma on the cover. But that's the thing, like just being able to draw something else it just made me want to draw more. And then like I'd go back to Cloud Scratcher with renewed vigor. I can even look back at some of the other pages. Like, yeah, I could see the burnout. There's a lot of time. You could have fit a background on that panel. You didn't need to make that panel backgroundless. You could have done it like that kind of like you guys. There's the burnout. There's the burnout. But even like going back to it, like now that I can just get away from it, then come back to it, it's just better. So yeah, if you're just burned out or like lacking motivation, just a little bit of something new, a little bit of mix up. goes a long way. It really is amazing how just like a new, like you said, a new monitor, a new something, or just I normally do this thing all the time. Just every so often I do this thing instead. That just does wonders for the whole thing. Not even just the thing that you're struggling with motivation to do. I don't know what words to wrap it up. I don't have a clever final sentence.
Well, I know one thing I'm gonna do is I have to build this bookshelf. So I bought this massive bookshelf to put all of my like anime merchandise and all my like VTuber merchandise on. And I think like having my Oshis, like the little acrylic stands, stare at me and judge me will motivate me. It's like oh, Pippa's looking at me disdainfully. I better make some content today, or she's gonna be disappointed.
See, I lived in my own filth and I got all the success. What's your excuse?
Right? She lives like Asmongold and she's successful. What's your excuse with your nice clean room and your clean fingernails?
Now you got a disclaimer. She's a lot better now.
Just like she has improved. She still needs to clean her nails though.
Yeah. I for the longest time, like I had the same problem growing up. I always had dirty fingernails. Never knew why. I still don't know why I have clean fingernails as an adult. Nothing changed. Not a goddamn thing changed. I still, it's not like I didn't shower. I shower every day. Do the same thing. Just for some reason, my nails were always dirty when I was young. Not even a little kid, like a teenager. I always had dirty nails. Now my nails are always clean. No clue. So I don't know whether it's a lifestyle thing, is something you're doing with like what you got your hands in. No clue.
Were you more
So I don't even
active
know.
as
Like,
a teenager?
Yeah, like as a
Like,
teenager.
did you do like sports and running and all that shit?
Oh hell no! I was a big dork, big nerdy inside kid. Video games, drawing, anime. That's why I don't get it. I don't know. So I can't even.
Peppa's
get on
not
for
a
the
sports
fingernails.
person, but her nails are still dirty. I can't figure that out.
But she.
Well, no, she's outdoorsy.
Yeah, she works with her rabbits and shit. She cleans.
That's
her
true.
pens
She does.
and
She does work with the
shit.
rabbits.
And whenever you play with animals or deal with animals, your nails get all fucked up.
Yeah, I said
It's
probably.
usually either the food or just cleaning around or whatever.
Yeah, that probably would actually explain the nails. Now that I think about it. Not mine, but hers. Like I didn't have any animals, but yeah, because like that's why I can't. I could say like I couldn't get on her about her fingernails. Like I had dirty fingernails, and I don't know why. I don't know why I don't anymore. I didn't change anything. So there's not even something that's like, yeah, if you just stop doing this, like I don't. It's just I don't know, to grow out of it. But yeah, if she's got animals and she is outdoorsy, she's a feral tom creature. If we're pulling from the based Binky tomboy chart. Yeah, it makes sense. I think getting on for the nails is like, that's kind of normal.
Yeah,
I can't.
It's just funny because it irritates her. She gets mad at chat for pointing it out. That was a great stream. That was when she was going over all of her all the stuff she got from Offkai, and chat was like screaming about her nails. And he's just like, it's like, shut up, chat.
Speaking of VTubers, one thing that we missed while we were on our sort of a random, it just so happened to fall that way vacation was the big Dodgers promotion with Hololive.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. That's on the Chiron here. We're gonna talk.
We
about
almost forgot. Feels like forever ago.
Well, that's the thing about the internet. Like, if you're off like a week or 2 weeks, like 50 different things happen, and I think we were gone for almost a month. So, 150 different things happen. But this was kind of the big deal here. Was Hololive night at the Dodgers game. So the normies are entering the world of VTubing, and it was in a spectacular way. So
this was so crazy to me for so many levels, especially the normies getting, quote unquote normies getting involved in like sort of having VTubers, because you're thinking like, what's your like 40-year-old dad think of this? Like these cartoon anime girls, who are this? They're singing. What is this? This is strange. But I think what helped it go off without a hitch is that after Gura sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," the Dodgers went from losing to winning the game. So I think they made a good sales pitch to the 40-year-old dads.
I think so too.
There was that story, and I refuse to believe it's fake. I refuse. You cannot tell me it's fiction. Where the guy was like, his superstitious dad after that happened bought a bunch of Guru merch because she's a good luck charm.
The lucky shark girl. Yes.
Yeah, then someone replied with that the Giga Chad meme was like, "Don't forget your Gura hat, son. The Dodgers need her help to win the game."
Right. I wonder what the Dodgers record is right now. Let me take a look here.
If I remember correctly, wasn't Yago talking about wanting to use the girls like as IP, and he could basically rent out the IP to other people? So
Yeah.
maybe this was the vision he was going for. Maybe some other team wants to like have one of the other girls appear as a mascot for a while. Maybe they can like sponsor or buy her in basically
Well,
to
Pippa
do
talked about
merch and all that.
Yeah, Pippa talked about something like that. I thought it'd be a really good idea when she said it. I was like, yeah, it's brilliant. Have like
Every team has a different girl or something. Like
Yeah,
that. And they
yeah,
can
like
they can compete. That would
yeah,
be
different
cool.
girls having different teams, and like they get their fans to cheer for that team, and then you have like friendly rivalries of like you get another team like the Indians or something with a red color scheme, and you get like Marine and Elizabeth and on that, and then
See,
like,
this is
you
what
know,
I thought the Niji Sanji NBA collab was going to be, that they were actually going to have like the VTubers like on the broadcast or like doing stuff like with the teams, and then it was just literally just like a soulless merch cash grab.
Yeah. Of course, Niji Sanji, you know, everything's half-assed.
Like
It's
that
a
could have
shame because they got some
actually,
real talent.
yeah, that could have actually been like the shot in the arm that they needed if they'd like actually collabed with the NBA and got more eyes on their product. But they just, you know, once again, they turned it over on downs. do you bring a sports metaphor here? It's just
Like think about like when Hololive did a baseball promotion in Japan where they actually had some of their talents commentating on a game. Because I know it was Korone was one of them. I don't remember who the other two are. I think it was Korone, Subaru, and somebody else. It was three of them. Like they could have done that with like, can you imagine like the NBA, like back, you know, the halcyon days of Niji Sanji En, you know, like an NBA game being narrated by like Pomu and
oh my
Selene.
god, could you imagine Pomu narrating like a basketball game?
Yeah,
that would
Pomu
be
and Selene narrating basketball game. Yeah.
Oh my god, yes, Pomu and Selene on commentary.
Yeah,
like
that bro, that'd been a million views and
that would
easy
be so
money.
cool. That would be so cool if they had done something like you just imagine like you've got like the, you know, the TNT broadcast or whatever, and like they pop in on the TNT broadcast at one point, but it's like, you know, you go to the YouTube stream and it's Pomu and Selene and they're like live commentating over a basketball game and just being themselves. That would have been like pure Kino.
Mm-hmm. Be the first basketball game I'd ever watch. Like you could practically hear the two of them laughing at their own lack of knowledge of basketball.
I literally in my mind's eye can like hear them like laughing. Like Pomu cracks a really stupid joke and Selene just starts laughing.
They're both joking like they don't know what's going on. Like, I think did Michael Jordan just touch down a home run? And then they all both start laughing. Like,
I think that guy scored a home down.
Yeah. Like, it's amazing because Niji Sanji's laziness and desire to just make money, you know, without putting any effort in is making them less money. Forgoing the fact their stock is worth like 2 pennies at this point. Even if you put that aside, if you put in like a little extra work is something that people want, you get so much more money. Pal World. Look at Pal World. Like, just give people what they want. Put in a little extra elbow grease, and it pays dividends. Look at, you know, the VTube experience. Look at the Dodgers thing. Huge success. Too much of a success with those merch lines. Most people couldn't get their shit.
Yeah, they were
didn't expect that many
plagued by success. You either had
Yeah.
to watch the game or you had to wait in the merch line.
Yeah,
6 hours waiting in the merch line. That's horrible.
yeah, and that is not acceptable, and they really should do something to reimburse the people that got screwed.
Probably.
But it really was just a matter of they succeeded way more than they thought they did, because they just put a little more effort to get this Dodgers deal and to actually even if you put aside the Dodgers deal, right, the effort to record Titantron stuff and the drone display and everything. Yeah, that costs more money, costs more time. But look at the success. Look, we got clips pulled up.
Yeah. This is Gura singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
These clips will exist forever. This is just precious. I'm sorry. This is fucking adorable.
They should really do this with the other girls. Just rep them out to other teams.
Yeah.
The only issue I can see that might come from that is that if something happens that one of the girls gets terminated or graduated, that might cause some problems. Because imagine you have this this goddess, your winning muse, and suddenly, oh shit, she's fired.
Yeah. But it doesn't happen that often, and
No, it doesn't. But
that's why I think it was good for them to do 3. Because if you lose one,
they picked 3 great ones too that kind of represent the different aspects of Hololive. Because you've got Gura as the EN, she represents the EN. Suisei is the idol, the more idol part of Hololive,
the musical part. Yeah,
yeah, the musical part, and then Pecora is the chaotic gremlin part of Hololive.
Well, she's the #1 female streamer.
Yeah.
In the world. And fucking deserves it. Like, goddamn, what an entertainer. But, yeah, that would be a great idea. I think that's too brilliant that it's almost annoying they're not doing it. Even though, they shouldn't be expected to. It's like, you're just sitting on free money and publicity. Right there! Do it! Do it! Make the call!
I think, especially after the success of the Dodgers promotion, I do think that more VTubers will get involved and will do more promotional stuff going forward. I think this is a really big opportunity for FaZe to step in, because they're a Canadian company, and what sport do Canadians love more than life itself? And that's hockey. Could you imagine if FaZe got a deal with the NHL, so they took each of the FaZe talents and had them promote one of the NHL teams all over the country? I think that would be pretty funny.
I think seeing FaZe go to the moon has been fantastic. Absolutely. Because like I said, as someone that's been on the FaZe train on the ground floor, watching them become like essentially hockey checking v Shoujo. It's like, you ain't the only EN ticket in town, Buster. Although they got JP side, but I mean, so does v Shoujo. But and seeing them get up there and getting all these deals, and just now they got a concert on the way.
Yes, I'm so excited about that, and I hate that I won't be able to go. It's gonna be Pippa, Tenma, Leah, Uruka, and Mint Mayoshi.
Mint's at that?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mint's gonna be there
shit.
too.
Oh shit! I didn't even know that. Hell yeah! Look at FaZe, they got Mint.
They
FaZe got
probably
Mint.
threatened her with a gun or something.
No, they just got somebody to drop some Metal Gear Solid references to her.
They got Leah.
Leah, just go over, just
Leah's the catch.
Ask her in a series of Metal Gear Solid quotes, and just pander to her, and she'll be
pander
on board.
to her Tumblr. Side.
Snake, can love bloom on the battlefield?
Would you like to make love bloom on the battlefield by participating in our concert?
Fucking
Something like that.
Empreg art with
Snake,
Solid
and
Snake.
and Liquid Ocelot. But yeah, it's great. It's FaZe stock is on the rise. You'd fucking love to see it, man. Especially because Pippa's my Oshi, and she was really pushing to build. When she was the one in the company that got the big numbers and everyone else was small, she was really pushing to try to take some of her success and give it to the rest of the company. She did not hoard that wealth at all.
And that's why I love Pippa so much, because Pippa was she took her success that she got and she immediately like started doing like tons and tons of collabs with the other members and just like promoting them as much as she could. And through that, like everybody got to rise off her success. And that's why Pippa's like one of the coolest people. I will always defend Pippa no matter what. I am a Pippa stan.
Hell yeah. Which she's absolutely one of the best in the business, bar none. And like, I think it's a good reason that she is like breaking into sort of this non-VTuber fan sphere of like people that don't like VTubers like her. I really do think that is 100% on her merit. You know, hard work, good entertainer, good charisma.
She just needed the right opportunity to shine, and that's how it is for a lot of people. I see a lot of people that are really, really talented, but they just due to circumstances, lack of connections or whatever, they don't really get their moment to shine. And
it's marketing, basically.
Yeah, if there's one thing that I'm good at, I'm not good at a lot of different things, but the one thing I'm really good at is I'm good at identifying talent, and that's why I like to find independent VTubers, and I like to like give them a little poke, little prod, and be like, hey, you could be so much better. You could, if you do this, you do that, you could like shoot to the moon.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good small VTubers that need a lot more love.
Yeah, like Alien Mixture, like I mentioned her earlier, like she's fantastic. She's great.
Yeah. But yeah, Pippa, much love to her for that, because I still remember that. I remember when like she thought it was a bubble, and was like just really trying. Like I think she really started raiding into other FaZe talents to try to get her like 1,000, 2,000 watch. Hey, watch my coworker, and like she would hype them up before she raid. Like, oh, they're really great. They do this. Be good. Yeah, all that stuff. So
don't shit up her chat. Be respectful.
Yeah. But that I think that is, I love, it warms my heart seeing earned success. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing better in this world. I don't get like envious people. I could never fucking fathom that, because there was something about seeing somebody that just like made it, and they should make it. Like, that's the world working the way it should. You know what I mean? That proves the universe functions properly. You know, it's one thing when some jackass that doesn't deserve any fame is number one for whatever stupid reason.
And there's far too many of those.
Yeah, but when like it's I think it's the difference between like a Mr. Beast and a JonTron. You know, like one is off the back of just pandering to stupid children and making trash content, and thankfully is finally will probably finally be free of his soulless smile pretty soon. I don't know if you ever notice, every time Mr. Beast, there's a picture of him, like if you go to the store and you see the Feastables, the man doesn't look like he has a soul. Every time he smiles, like you can hear the creak. Every time he like makes a face or smiles or takes a picture, it's like there's never any soul in his face. And then like JonTron just, he takes forever to make content.
I'm in the beans.
Dude, I haven't seen JonTron in like over a year. I don't think has he posted anything recently?
He posts stuff periodically.
He'll do like rapid fire stuff like once a month, and then be gone for like 5 months, and then be back once a month for a while. Like I'm like, what was the last thing he posted? I think maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. Might have been
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that sustainable as far as income goes?
I mean, he seems to be doing just fine.
Jesus Christ.
His videos get millions of views. He's not falling off. I think it's because people kind of realize, like, he's putting that effort back into the videos. Like, he doesn't just come out with some videos like, it's barely edited. It's like, what's up, everybody? It's your boy. And then, like, just following around with the camera. It's like, look, we did all this, whatever.
Yeah, his last video was 3 months ago. It got 1.3 million views.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably...
It feels longer.
Yeah, he probably makes enough money from just those single videos that it can like sustain whatever like lifestyle that he's got. And I'm sure he probably does a bunch of other stuff behind the scenes too. Well,
yeah, he has he employs a bunch of people, and he really makes his videos like a production. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's earned success. That's why he takes a while. He's putting effort back into those videos. He doesn't just it ain't even just editing. He'll go out and do something. He'll go out and And like when we went to that zoo, for a 5-minute bit. It wasn't even 5 minutes, like 2 minutes. Just we went all the way out to this zoo in the middle of nowhere, just for a 2-minute bit. See those stuff like that. So that's like earned success is beautiful, and I think since it's on the screen, kind of segue into this, Hololive is one of the biggest examples of earned success because those motherfuckers put in the grind, and they really focused on like the audience, like what's gonna make the audience happy.
I mean,
without going
this
too
drone
far into it.
show. This drone show is incredible.
Yeah, it's nuts, man.
Like I was watching this and I was like completely blown away. I was like, "Oh my god, this is so cool."
Yeah, and it's like the emphasis on the audience while still respecting the talents, I think, is a really big one. Like they really do treat their talents right, give them a good cut, and despite the idol thing, like they don't get as totalitarian with their talents as actual idols. I think even a couple of them said, yeah, we could date who we want. We just can't date staff. That's like the one rule. We just can't date staff.
Yeah, which makes sense, of course.
Yeah, and of course they wouldn't go. I don't think they go into it if they were dating somebody, unless like, I don't know, they date whoever they're dating was also a VTuber, and then you can't hide it, or you're getting married, you can't hide it. I'm pregnant, you can't hide it.
Yeah, there's no Oshi-no-ko stuff going on here.
Yeah. I think it's there's also the kayfabe too, and I think the fact that they just really hit that sweet spot with VTubing and the audience and the product and the talents and everything. Where it's like they keeping the VTubing kayfabe without getting rid of the authenticity of the person, doing things to please the audience without pandering. Although some talents pander, but it's their choice if that's the content they want to make. Without going too far, it's just really a good. It's like a soft but firm hand, as opposed to like a Niji Sanji, which is like an iron fist, or a V Shoujo, which is just barely there, and so their talents get out of hand.
I mean, I think Niji Sanji is more like that now because they don't really do anything for their talents. I don't see them doing anything like to promote their talents.
They just did it to Rosemi because Rosemi just did that thing where she had hash browns from McDonald's, and of course the Niji sisters.
And they
were like, how dare you, McDonald's?
They shat on her, yeah.
Yeah, McDonald's supports genocide. It's stupid because that's who Niji Sanji courted, and so very obviously a manager took over her account and apologized. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I will rethink. And I think she said I maybe take time off of streaming or some shit like that, like the stealth suspension.
That's horrible.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb that there's like all these unwritten rules over the dumbest stuff because the Niji sisters are insane. Oh, look, it's an Osagi.
It's like one of the cutest fucking mascots.
That's what happens when you don't really like push back against them.
Yeah. Yeah, and
you want people to watch you, but you don't set any boundaries, so they're gonna dictate how you should stream or what you should do.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you cannot do that as a creative person.
Mm-hmm.
You need to like be yourself and let your audience know like this is me and this is what I'm gonna do. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off.
And I think
because once you start like catering to them, it just gets to that point where you cannot do anything without pissing someone off, and then you have to apologize constantly for the things you don't really mean.
Yeah, and I think Hololive hits that perfect balance. Like I can't remember the last time a Hololive talent had to like make a groveling apology for something. And a couple like it helps that they have a very like hey no politics stance. A couple of the males on EN side did break that rule, and I don't think they're ever going to live it down. But I mentioned on the show before they're the one that did that to their momentum. If it hurts their numbers, hey, next time maybe shut up. Don't try to pander to whoever you're trying to pander to.
I think only like their biggest scandal most recently was like Holostars debuted, and the girls wanted to collab with them, and people were like throwing a piss fit over it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the unicorns were ass mad about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and some of the talents went ahead and said, fuck it, I'm gonna collab with these people because they're my company mates, they're my workers, my co-workers. I want to collab with them, and if you don't like them, just fuck off.
Yeah, And I had a ton of respect, especially the JP side that does that, because there's like the unicorns are worse over there. Like there are a lot of JP talents that won't even acknowledge the stars just because they're afraid of the audience. I don't think they should.
They're afraid they're
going to
get attacked because because Gerard posts a reply under one of their tweets saying that he's like super hype for like something they're doing, and then they just like jump all over like, oh my god, mail on stream.
Yeah.
It's not even mail on stream;
that's
it's mail in
insane.
the comments.
Yeah, and I think anybody that engages in that is mentally ill and shouldn't be on the internet. But like these are humans; they can engage with whoever they want, and if you don't like their engaging with a male, well, that's what did you think they were going to hook up with you? They don't know you. Are you going to sit in your room and be their pretend girlfriend? Nah, doesn't work like that. Find a real woman. But like that, the ones that did say like, hey, you know, to hell, like especially the JP, like when fucking Fubuki, man, Fubuki is a fucking rock. That woman is like the queen of integrity, dude. And she was like, no, I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna. They're my company mates. I like them. I like collaborating with them. I'm gonna collab with them. She did the same thing when Coco was like taking heat. Like, nah, I'm gonna collab with her. I don't fucking care. And she's, you know, the one that's already said, like, you know, you will know if Hololive's a good company if I'm still here. Like, if it becomes a black company, I will leave. And, man, that chick, like, I don't think she gets enough props. Like, she, again, queen of integrity. Like, absolutely, like, fucking rock solid. And she's, like, the stuff she's done for people, too. Like, you know, when, you know, behind the scenes, you know, emotional support, and then little things like when the infamous, what was it, it was Marine and Marine and Shion when they were super late for their off collab.
Oh yeah.
So Fubuki started just doing a spontaneous stream that was like covering the wait for the off collab. That kind of shit. I think Depressed Asagi might have done a video on her, like kind of highlighting what I'm saying here. Is either Depressed Asagi or Rima Evistar, one of the VTuber docu people. Did one on her, and I think it was very well deserved. And I think she don't get enough credit because people like that, man, especially on the internet, especially in content creation, where it's like sharks and snakes at every fucking turn.
God, I've had to deal with that.
Yeah. Oh, we know. I do remember your previous associations.
I remember the last stream.
So like when you get someone that's just that much of a like just a rock solid individual, I think like, yeah, shout their praises from the rooftops, man. More like them, please. But yeah, the Dodgers thing was I am pleasantly surprised at how well it went off. Cuz that just seems like a recipe for like someone's grandma to go, "This is weird. What is this? This is weird."
I think someone talked to some of the older members in the crowd, and they were saying, "Oh, this is nice. This is like for the kids and everything. It's fun."
Yeah. Yeah, when
It's what the kids are into
well.
nowadays.
Yeah.
I'm fine with VTubers taking off as long as it's like Hololive type VTubers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want VTubers to take off if the whole medium is just going to be a bunch of the Twitch VTubers. You know?
Yeah, the V-tweeters.
Not just V-tweeters, but like, oh, you have breasts? Great for you. Cool. You and everyone else with 2X chromosomes. We're all very proud. Oh, like, oopsie doodle, I said a sexy thing. Shut up, whore.
But I mean, you say that, and you have like Allure, and I think they're doing fucking great. And they have their Coomer audience, of course, but their regular streams are fairly normal.
I think it's because it's the difference between like the Twitch ones that are like trying to pretend that they're not what they are, but that, you know, they're ethos. They're just ethos with a virtual avatar, whereas like Allure is just leaning into it 110%. So it's a little different.
I'm very put off because it's like, if you're being overtly heavily sexual to me, that tells me you're compensating for the fact you're not a good entertainer. If you were a good entertainer, you would not need to do this. Like, even someone that's sexual, like Marine, a lot of her content isn't that. It's the fact, like, that the joke is that she's basically an older woman who's, you know, desperate. So, like, that's more of like the self-deprecating joke as opposed to like cock teasing.
Yes, we love
Marine
ugly
doesn't really
women.
cock tease. Yeah, Marine doesn't really cock tease. It's just like, yeah, I'm a, it's like I'm a Sex in the City character, you know. Like I'm an older woman that just lonely, and the effects therein. But she said it herself, you know, those two magic words. But like that's the thing. Like it's not
Ahoy!
yeah. Yeah, totally. That's what I mean. Like that's the difference, you know, between like hags and whores, I guess. Like it's the
Right.
difference like between sexual and being a whore is like
It's like the difference between like Amaranth and Matara. Like Matara has kind of the same like the slightly like suggestive humor, but she does so in kind of a wholesome way. So even though it's like, you know, Matara has a very sexualized avatar, you know, she's like, you know, talking to with chat and she's just like, you know, just like how are you guys doing? I hope everything went well. Like total MILF energy.
she's just more of like the catty older lady. So when she's being sexual, it's not like it doesn't feel like she's trying to entice you for views. It's just like little blue humor there, you know, little blue humor from the older lady. So that's just how it kind of comes off.
Yeah.
The Avatar.
Noah in the chat says Matara is a wholesome MILF. Exactly.
Yeah,
So-
and even the Avatar is like, aside from the fact, I think the boob jiggle on her model's a little stupid. Like there becomes a point where boob jiggle gets to the point where it doesn't look like boobs anymore. It's like that's not how boobs move.
Well,
but
that's the rigger's fault. I mean,
Yeah,
he does
that's
that.
more- yeah, that's more the
what he
rigger.
does.
That's his
Yeah.
his carrying card is the excessive jiggle.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't
but-
like it, but
But the
whatever.
design itself is amazing. Like boobs aside, the whole overall design, just from an aesthetic standpoint, just all the, you know, the extra arms and the line work and the I don't know what you call it, the symmetry and the size of the presence. It's I don't know the words. These are like character design things that probably have terms I just don't know. But like everything about her character design is probably, I would say, one of the best and my personal favorite VTuber character design out of all of VTubers. It's like it's just the right amount of detail without being busy, without being under detailed. This the theming is great. Just little bits of it, little details are great. Like, and the fact that it is like she's sexy without being capital S sexy. Like it's not the driving force behind her design, which makes the design better. Is like it can be multiple. Essentially, it can be multiple things at once. Because you get a lot of these hypersexual designs that don't feel like they can be multiple things at once. Like they have to be a whore, you know. Whereas Matara's like, yeah, she can be like hot and cool and a little kind of creepy, but in a cool way all at the same time. Like she's got all these things going at the same time. It's great. It's great. It's peak character design. Just forget the Coomer shit. Just from an artistic standpoint, unbelievable home run. Even the little detail like the fur, that fur around the like shoulder, like she's wearing a furred thing with the shoulder down. It just adds to the design. Not even with the shoulders exposed. You can say, oh, it's a sexy thing, but that fur being down there flows well from the legs coming out the side and like the hair like being a big thing. So you get like a big presence, a big element, then a small element with the shoulders, a big element with the tits and the collar being down, and then small element down the middle, bigger elements from the side. Artistically, absolute home run. I'm still not over how good her character design is. And yeah, it's like it's she got the tits and everything, but it's not. It doesn't come off like this is all she is. Like it doesn't feel like the tits are just there as a fishing line to reel in viewers. Like she's got things that she can do. It's an overall interest. I feel like if anything, the rest of the bug elements are almost threatening that. You know what I mean? It's like that's almost if you wouldn't do that if you were just Coomer baiting.
Right.
Because you wouldn't want anything to distract from the sexuality, so you wouldn't want the creepy bug parts. And I think that is why it's like, I mean, you know, my art autism is kicking in. And I just wanted to say that because I feel like it doesn't get enough praise in that regard. You know, people say, "Oh, Matara has big tits. I like her big tits." Fuck, there's way more going on than the tits to appreciate. It's top tier character design. Whoever designed Matara, bro, you nailed it. 10 out of 10. You won. You won VTubing designs. Congratulations. Take your trophy.
Yeah, she has one of the coolest designs of like any VTuber I've ever seen. And I do like the fact that they didn't like shy away from like the creepy bug parts too. It's like,
yeah, I love that the hair twitches with wings. I love that. That's such a great touch.
Yeah, and it's such a departure from her like past character who was it was still a good design, but you know, there's only so many of that kind of VTuber. I mean, it's like what, you know, the Kitsune thing, you know, there's like a million of those.
Yeah.
This
Like
is some
5,000 of them.
Yeah, there's only one cockroach VTuber that I know. I mean, there's probably another one that's like a smaller
there's a
one.
bug VTuber girl. There's like kind
There's
of a
a
creepy
few of
thing.
them.
There's a couple bugs.
Vesper, I think.
Yeah,
Is Vesper a cockroach or is Vesper like a beetle?
I think she's more a
I'm
general
not
bug
sure.
monster.
Yeah,
she's
a
like
bug.
you know, looks cute, but then the mouth opens and rah, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's that's a good one. I want to see more creative VTuber designs too. I think we're getting all the big titty waifus out of our system, and I think if anything, I'm probably not the only one that's getting tired of like the Twitch thought VTubers. It's just like, oh my god, my vagina, everybody. It's Amy Schumer. I said it before. It's Amy Schumer. If Amy Schumer were a VTuber on Twitch with a big titty model, she'd be one of the most popular on Twitch. And I think there is a little bit more of a malicious element that people aren't thinking of because of the fact that so much of VTubers' audience are underage. So you're basically putting your tits out for teenagers. And don't pretend like you don't know, because don't pretend like you don't know what a lot of Twitch's demographics are. So I think that's something people got to think about too. I'm not saying that everybody's sexual on Twitch is automatically, you know, courting children. I'm saying like if you're going to go that hard in the paint on cock teasing on Twitch, you got to know how much of your audience is underage boys. So think about it before you decide to be a
I mean, this
whore.
has been open knowledge for a really long time that like
Yeah.
all these like e-thought streamers like I mentioned Amaranth and all of her ilk, their primary source of income is from teenage boys.
Yeah.
They're just throwing their money at them. And even though like Twitch is supposed to be an 18+ website, they don't actually enforce it. Because if they did, they'd lose a huge chunk of revenue. And, you know, no one wants to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the e-thought VTubers aren't helping. And I just if someone is making that their identity as an entertainer, I immediately, especially having grown up in the 90s, back when sex was everywhere. As I said before, way back, I think it was like the last episode, that a big reason we are seeing this sort of Puritanness now is because it's sort of a response to how obnoxiously horny the 90s were. Like, if you were around back then in the early 2000s, it got to the point, you were just tired of tits, man. Fucking Baywatch was the #1 TV show. The entire reason everybody watched it was to see girls run in slow motion and their titties bounce. That's the entire. No one remembers the plot of Baywatch. The only man from Baywatch anyone remembers was David Hasselhoff because he was on screen most of the time. Like, it was just to watch women run in slow motion. That was it. And that was so much of the 90s and 2000s. Tits. And it just, after a while, it just got exhausting, man. I can't look. Tits are fine and all, but just something else, man. Something else. And it got to the point where if you knew something was bad if there were a lot of tits in it. It's like, oh, well, it doesn't have a story. It's not funny, so they're just going to wave tits in your face. MTV did it all the time. It's like, oh, here's a shitty reality TV show, but they're hooking up. Oh, here's the episode where they go to the pool. Like, shut the fuck up. And that's just same way with like VTubers, where it's like, oh, here's my scantily clad big titty mom. It's like, guys, come on. Shut up. Yeah, it's the same thing. So
that's why I'm
at this
glad
point,
that for every like Twitch e-thought that decides to get a virtual avatar, there's way more indie VTubers and even some corpos that are just mogging them by simply existing. You know, anytime I see like a Twitch e-thought like pop up, I'm like, I'm gonna go find an indie that's doing it right, and I'm gonna go like prop them up just out of spite, if nothing else.
Well, here's the thing too. It really is like, I don't know if you want to say it's emblematic of how life really works. That you get that flash in the pan success if you whore yourself, right? It's like the OnlyFans thing. Oh, look how much money I get for now. You know, where are you gonna be at in 5 years? But even
when
that
the wall
aside,
calls.
like, yeah, exactly. But you also have like, yeah, you get that flash in the pan success, but then look at the people that put in the work and provide like something real, you know, like real entertainment. Like whether like you can flash your titties all you want, you will never be Gargura. You will never be at that level.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that she got a lot of eyes on her and she's entertaining. You put on a Gargura stream, you will be entertained. If anything, she's suffering from success. You could kind of tell she doesn't want to be this big.
I mean, that's
but,
why she
you know,
doesn't
like,
stream for like large periods of time. She's
because burned out. Like you really do get the feeling like she wanted to be the mid tier of her gen. She did not want to be the face of VTubing itself. But you know, sorry, Gura, you're good at what you do. It's what happens. You look at like the Hololive talents. They're like Hololive scouts are on point. Like there's no one in Hololive that's bad. There's some Hololive that's better than others, but there's no one in Hololive that's bad. And that's why they're huge. They're fucking huge. Because they've got the real talent. They're not just like, guys, my tits are at look. Maybe, oh, did I accidentally hit that toggle? Tee-hee! No, none of that. I mean, look at Pipkin Pippa. There ain't nothing sexual about her. Look at her meteoric rise. This is all on merit. It's all on the fact that, like, watch this funny rabbit. Look, she's gonna shoot up a Walmart. It's funny.
Right.
Yeah. Fucking.
You ever see the Black VTuber Awards thing?
Oh yeah,
No,
we
no,
talked
no,
about
either.
that a little
The girl
bit.
was shooting a rainbow milk out of her titties.
Oh God.
It was so fucking funny.
I didn't even.
But it's basically that. I'm not to shit on the girl or anything. I don't really watch her or anything. But they do that shit because it gets views, I guess, from younger audiences. But they don't really have that much going on other than that.
Hmm.
And after a while, it just gets stale because it's the same shit. It's like, oh, it's titty rainbow, yay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I feel like I'm not the only one who thinks this. Not just about the numbers, but I don't know. I feel like I kind of smell it in the air that the thought VTuber might be just not on its way out, but on its way to sort of less and less relevancy. You know.
Well, there's a hard ceiling for any like VTuber that's just like a thought, because why do you go to that style of content? Like you said, it's because you're lacking in some other quality and you just kind of want to make it big really quick. But there's a ceiling because there's like a million other people that are just like them. So you're pissing in an ocean of piss at that point.
Yeah. I think it's similar to the Minecraft boom.
Oh yeah, where
And why so
everybody
many-
wanted to be a Minecraft VTuber all at the same
And then-
time.
Yeah, Minecraft, and then like so many Minecraft YouTubers now just died out because they couldn't do anything else. You know, it's like they were only in it for that quick success, that quick easy money. But then, like, if you're going to be in the entertainment industry, you need to be an entertainer, and they couldn't do it. And now, where are they? It's like PewDiePie won at life, and then all of the rest of them just.
He got the
mean,
QT Italian girlfriend that we all want.
Yeah. Props, and PewDiePie is another example of a dude like, look, yeah, he was annoying early on, right? But he was on the grind. He's a good dude. He was good to people, worked hard, blew up. That's how it should work.
PewDiePie is my Kamiyoshi. He was like I watched PewDiePie and that's what got me into streaming. I was like, man, I want to do fun stuff like that. I want to play spooky games and be like onto the microphone.
Yeah. Like, he was really annoying. Don't get me wrong. But he did mellow out. Was that?
I never really watched him.
Oh yeah, early on he used to be like, bah, bah,
Yeah.
bah, put in silly voice, and overreact to everything. This was basically 20
Barrels.
like an entire. Yeah, barrels. Oh, barrels. Like this. That was PewDiePie all the time.
Mr.
He
Chair,
never
help
talked
me, Mr.
normal.
Chair. Save me, Mr. Chair.
He never
bros,
talked
the bros coming
normally in his old videos. So it was like, imagine an entire hour of, "Hello, everybody! I will talk like a South Park character on trucker speed."
Yeah, I got it. I got it. How's it going, bros? My name's PewDiePie.
Yeah, he would do that. Like, yeah, how you doing,
bros?
It was like a mix of South Park and Adam Sandler, and he never turned it off. Ever.
And I
and
loved
it got
it.
really.
And I loved
If
it.
you were a child, it was great. But it's like once you hit puberty, it's like I want to shoot him in the face. Like it got like the turnaround for how much PewDiePie pissed you off was like an age thing. Once you hit a certain age, you just want to punch him so hard. But he did realize that, and he stopped, and he just started acting normal, and he got like. The public opinion of him morphed. Like, yeah, kids still liked it, but now the adults are like, you know what, that PewDiePie guy's all right. I take it back. And it was especially funny. There was a video a while back. Adults react to PewDiePie, and like everyone in that video now, nobody likes. Everyone that's like, you know, an internet figure. Some of them were just random nobodies, but everyone is like when that video came out, everyone was behind that video because do you remember who put that video out? It was Chip Cheesem.
Oh my god, now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Chip Cheesem put that out. It was either no, it wasn't Chip Cheesem, but he was in it. It was the Retsupre guy, the original Retsupre guy.
Oh my god, now that's a throwback.
Yeah. What was his name? You notice how I don't remember his name, but I remember PewDiePie's. Wow, I don't even remember what his name was. Like the guy that started Let's Play. Like he was the guy that began Let's Plays. He made that video. He put that video together, and he got a bunch of people, and I think Chip Cheesem was on there.
Slow Beef?
And Slow Beef, that was it. Slow Beef.
Yeah, okay. God, I was trying to remember. I remember it was like beef something.
Cow. Yeah,
beef something. Oh yeah, Slow Beef. God.
Yeah. And he put that out, and like, yeah, everyone was behind it when it came out. Yeah, fuck PewDiePie. He's annoying. It was just a bunch of people yelling at PewDiePie clips. Like, God, this guy's annoying. Shut up. You know, he would do something. It was PewDiePie being annoying and then someone telling him to shut the fuck up. And that was the catharsis of that video. And now, oh, how the turns have tabled. Everyone involved in that video is now quite reviled by the general public, aside from like, you know, because it was the something awful trolls remorse shit kicked in. And now, who likes Slow Beef today? Who's like, yeah, that's Slow Beef guy. I like him. Who? If you remember Slow Beef, do you remember him fondly? Probably not. And then now look at PewDiePie. And I don't even have to elaborate. Just look at PewDiePie. So who won in the end? And that kind of thing just amuses the shit out of me. Just how like you might lose the battle, but that doesn't mean you'll lose the war. If even Sneeko can defeat Moist Critical.
God.
There are no guarantees.
I'm still like I still am thinking back to that, and I'm just like, how the hell did Charlie fuck up that bad?
Oh my god!
Good lord! Like,
there are people. There are people that like to bring it up. It's like Sneeko didn't win. He's a pedophile. No one's saying Sneeko's a good person because the idea is like you can't give credit to someone who is bad. Like, look, even Hitler won an occasional battle in World War II. That's how the Nazis took territory. Even Nazi Germany won some fights. You can still admit that and still say they're still bad. But they did win fights. And yes, Sneeko is bad. But he absolutely won fights and absolutely got his revenge on Moist Critical, and that's hilarious. Because Moist Critical is... He is filleted. There are very few people on the internet fluffed as much as Moist Critical. And the fact that that happened to him, of all people, is hysterically funny to me. And it happened to him at the hands of Sneeko, of all people, riotously funny. You couldn't script anything funnier than that. Oh my god.
I still don't get the appeal of Moist. Like...
He used to be really funny when it was just... this kind of low-key, seemingly low-energy guy playing games, reacting to him, especially when he'd play a horror game because nothing scared him, and he would just kind of like almost roll his eyes at, even before the face cam stuff, he would be like, oh goodness me. Like his video of him playing the original Five Nights at Freddy's was hysterical. Like he just goes on a weird tangent about some piss thing, And this is before the doo-doo fart humor he has got played out, you know, because he leaned on a little too much. But it was funny. It was like he's sitting here unenthusiastically playing Five Nights at Freddy's, goes on a long anecdote that's like really vulgar, but he says it very straight, and then a jump scare hits him, and he's like, "Oh, excuse me." Like the jump scare inconvenienced him talking. Like, "Oh, excuse me, I was talking." Like that was funny. And then he showed his face, and people say that's when the beginning of the end. I don't think so, because when he initially showed his face, he was fine. And he was just kind of like, maybe he'd review a movie, or, you know, maybe he'd still do the regular gameplay stuff, but maybe he'd add some other content in there. The problem was, when he fucking grew his hair out, he started having woman hair, and it ties into, people forget, he started talking about how he started eating and falling in love with impossible meat and fake meat.
Soy.
Yeah, the soy meat. He started ingesting large amounts of soy, and he started growing his hair out, and he started giving the milquetoast takes and talking about drama all the time. You cannot fucking tell me that soy shit isn't true. Oh no, the estrogen said no, that's just a myth. Look at Moist Critical right there. You can watch it happen. That is provable, tangible evidence that
Well,
it
contrast
is true.
that with Zuckerberg, who's like gotten into like working out and training to fight and all this other stuff, and he's eating real protein and stuff. He's starting to like the colors coming back to his face, and he's like, he was like,
He looks
actually,
human.
he's like, actually, Trump is based, and this is what I'm like, what?
Yeah, he's starting to look like a human being. Last interview, he had emotions. I was shocked. Like, wait a minute, Mark Zuckerberg can feel joy? I thought he was some kind of automaton.
It's like he started
He's
generating
telling you-
testosterone for the first time in his life, and he's like,
Yeah.
it's like he made a wish to become a real boy. He's no longer Pinocchio. He's a real boy now.
He's got no strings to hold him down. Yeah. It's incredible. Yeah, so that, and you compare that with Moist Critical, like, no, Impossible Burgers are actually great. It's delicious. I have them all the time. And he grows his hair out, and now look at him. He got owned by Sneeko, saying that 9-year-olds can get their dicks cut off. Like, there you go.
Well, it was worse
real.
than just saying that. He was arguing about consent.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even try to, like, change the context. He just straight up accepted Sneeko's premise and ran with it. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I heard that. And I'm like, oh, you have just fucked up.
Yeah. And he doesn't even, as it's coming out of his mouth, it's like, do you not just realize the trap you fell into?
I was like, did you realize what you just said?
Yeah.
Does Sneeko's shit-eating, probably literal shit-eating grin, not cluing you into the fact that you just said exactly what he wanted you to say? Because Sneeko wants to sit outside of an elementary school and wait with like a bag, like a Looney Tunes style trap.
He's got the box on a stick.
He's got the box on a
stick.
stick, and there's like candy in the box.
It's like Fortnite V-Buck gift cards under the box, just waiting to pull it.
And Charlie's just like sitting there watching this, and then just goes, "Oh yeah, they cut their dicks off if they want to.
Yeah, if they consent. The child can consent.
If they consent, they cut their dick off." Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing, Charlie? What the hell are you doing? Why are you just accepting his premise and just running with it like that? Why would you do that?
I think he basically thinks that that's the accepted opinion to have, because it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of the problem with Moist Critical and a lot of these other like fence-sitting YouTubers, is that they pick what they think is the acceptable line and the acceptable opinion to have, and then they like fight to the death to maintain what they think is the status quo.
Because they wouldn't want, if they offend anybody, that might hurt their chances at like networking. They might hurt their chances at like a sponsor deal or anything like that. Like that's the thing. Like, he became so much more fake. And I feel like I can't even give him credit for the altruism, for a similar yet different reason for Mr. Beast, right? Like, a lot of Mr. Beast young fans especially be like, well, he built wells for starving people in Africa. And it's like, well, then why did he make a video out of it? if he's going to do things for charity, just do things for charity. But if he's doing it for content, I can no longer give him credit for that. I can kind of give him credit, but not that much. Like if you're doing it especially like I built all or we built. Oh, so you want to not only announce that you're a good guy, but you want to do it for content, for money. That's the thing. And with Critical, it was like the more popular he got, right? He would start to cozy up to YouTubers a little too much. If a YouTuber got into a scandal, he'd be like, "Why does everyone care so much?" Like everyone, like he would get dismissive if people had strong opinions. Everyone's mad on the internet. No, this is a big deal. And then he would do things. Oh, he was giving away money to people that needed it on stream. It's like, is he doing it because he's a good guy, or is he doing it because if he acts like a good guy, that's like a safety net? Because I started to feel like when he was early in his career, he would just donate the money he made from YouTube to charity. And he mentioned it once, but he'd do it regularly. And then he did a video where he had to stop doing it because he couldn't make ends meet. So he had to actually use that YouTube money to pay himself. And he did a whole video basically being apologetic about it. And that felt real because he barely ever mentioned it. He mentioned it twice. He mentioned it once as like an off mention. Yeah, I do this. I don't even keep my YouTube money. And then once because he felt bad about keeping his YouTube money. That felt real. When he did on stream, yeah, I'm just going to give people money. Say in chat why you need money, and I'll just give you some money. That feels like I'm doing altruistic things for my rep and for my public image, and like as a not a shield. It's not that cynical. It's not calculated cynicism. It's more along the lines of the why Merriweather and Nux Taku do a lot of the things they do as just sort of a defense mechanism to be liked.
I was about to say he wants people to like him. I mean that's ultimately why he like said what he said on the Sneeko stream, was because he wanted to be liked, and he wanted to be liked by a specific kind of person and a specific kind of fellow content creator. Like he wanted to post what, because he, like to all of us that live in the real world, what he said was completely, absolutely insane. No normal human being would ever say what he said, ever. But because that's acceptable in the halls of Alphabet Inc., and that's the kind of stuff that their employees believe. I say this as we're on a platform owned by them, which is true. They can't deny that. Because they find it acceptable, all of a sudden, like, he parrots their talking points, even though to the rest of the world, it's barbaric and horrific.
Yeah. And he wants those sponsor deals. He's making a comic with some people, that God Slap thing. He's got to make sure that relations are good there. Publishing relations are good. He's got to make sure the artists he's working with, he doesn't piss off. All these YouTubers he wants to be friends with.
It's okay to piss off the right wing and try to get canceled by the right wing for having a left wing opinion. But because, all these platforms are left wing by nature, he has to like toe the line with them. So, because they'll just ignore the right wing with him and they say, oh, he's, advocating literally the worst fucking thing imaginable. It's like they just ignore it. I don't even think it's super political so much as it's just him adopting. Well, I mean, it's political in that this is the politics of the people that run the platforms. Yeah.
But I think for him, it's more, he's just saying what he thinks will be the safest position for his brand in a business sense.
Right. And what is his business? Being a YouTuber.
Yeah.
What is the the average YouTuber is a card carrying socialist.
Yeah. And I think I don't even think that's true, especially now. I think you're seeing more younger and younger.
It's not in terms of the overall average, but for the clique of like really large YouTubers that are promoted in the algorithm, that are like, anointed by Google to be
promoting the algorithm I think is key, because there are the really big ones that aren't that, and they grew big. But, I don't want to get too into the weeds of this, but I do want to say I think the problem people have, especially with him, and I think why a lot of people are celebrating this downfall, is because people were getting pissed off that he wanted to inject himself into an opinion space without being genuine.
Yeah.
with the safe, like if you're going to fence sit, that's fine if you don't make part of your brand, part of your job, part of your content, opinions. Or if it's opinions on like, this is what video games I think are good, that's fine. But if you inject yourself into drama, let's say, or world happenings, and you still fence sit, that starts to really piss people off because you make them feel like you're wasting their time by not adding anything into the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because like if you're an opinion person, you are essentially contributing to a greater global conversation. So if you're extreme, or if you're like common sense, let's say, I only go by the capital facts and capital logic. You know, these are all different points of view that people can ruminate. And obviously people will, you know, I get it, bubbles and everything and circling wagons. But to the average person, that's just like, even if they're not watching your content, they hear through osmosis what you think. You are contributing to a conversation. So if you are a fence sitter and contribute nothing to a conversation, you have wasted everyone's time and energy with your presence, with your interjection, with your content, whatever it is, whether they're watching you or not. You are a time waster. You're essentially a bunch of adults having a conversation, and then a kid walks up to you and say, "Hey, Dad," and you go, "What?" And they just go, "Chicken butt," and run away. It's like, well, that was annoying. Why? Don't do that. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk to your uncle or whatever. You know, shut up. Go play with your toys. Like that's how critical feels to people. Because like, go away. Go make dick jokes and play with your horror games. Shut up. Because like he's like, oh, guys, there's a really big thing happening. I think everybody needs to stop, you know, really having all these strong opinions on it. And everyone's getting really upset. And I just think, you know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how people are acting. And you know, yeah, this is a big deal. But does it really merit everyone getting so mad on the internet all the time? No, it doesn't. And that's 90% of his opinion videos. The only time he really comes out against somebody is when it's obvious, right? Like this person came out and they were talking to minors. That's terrible. That's terrible. No one should ever be doing that. Like bold statements only.
It's like,
yeah,
no shit.
Yeah, it's like the motherfuckers that have to tell you how much they hate pedophiles on the. Yeah, we know. Why do you feel the need to shout it from the rooftops? You should. That should be default.
This should be like the default opinion. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. No one's gonna. Oh wow! Oh god! You're so good at hating pedophiles. Everybody, round of applause. Round of applause for this guy. He hates pedophiles. Everybody, line up to pat his back. Single file. You know, none of that. It's that kind of thing. It's like, shut up. Of course you do. And that's how a lot of his opinions were. It's like, oh yeah, he'll come out against somebody if it's obvious. But if it's not obvious, his take is usually, stop getting so mad, guys. Everybody, we need to have a little civility here.
Because it's all calculated. Like everything is like a calculated business decision. It's just not genuine. And this is the real problem I have with a lot of large YouTubers, is that everything they do is completely calculated, and it's all like business strategies and stuff. It's like, man, just have a real opinion.
Yeah,
or shut up.
You know
have
what?
a real opinion or shut up.
Exactly. I mean, again, bring him up again. JonTron, say what you want. That motherfucker went right on Destiny and said, yeah, the great replacement is real. What of it?
Destiny, do you know about per capita?
Yeah.
You know what per capita means?
It's like, you know what? His debate technique might have not been on point, but you know what? The motherfucker won in the end on for a host of reasons. And I think that is also why JonTron will have that. Is like so many people, and I think the majority just love him. He is beloved because he's real. He puts on a good show, and he's not going to bullshit you. He came out during COVID and started bitching about like a lot of the vaccination and lockdowns and shit. You think Moist Critical would ever? Do you think he would ever? No. JonTron's like, yeah, no, I'm a big time YouTuber and all, but yeah, Fauci can suck my dick.
No, Moist Critical was probably like, I don't even know. Like, I'm going to state this like right now. It's like, I have no clue what his opinion was during all of that stuff, but I can guarantee that he was like you should wear a mask kind of guy.
Yeah. Fucking Some Ordinary Gamers pulled that shit.
Oh yeah,
he was like,
yeah.
Yeah. Moonhar's another guy is like, I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Yeah.
See, yeah, I think
I go back and forth. I go back and forth with Mudhar because sometimes he'll like he'll do something and I'm like, yeah, right on. But then other times he'll do like the like most grug brained shit imaginable, and I'm just like, ugh.
think he's more principled than Charlie.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
But he's also weak. Like, I think he is susceptible to things like social engineering. I think he's susceptible to, like, you could scare him off. Like,
I was about to say, he's very susceptible to pressure. If he got enough pressure, he would cave.
That kind of sums up what I was thinking. Like, yeah, he's more principled than more critical, but he's much he will cave.
He has a breaking point.
Yeah, 100%. I think that really does. I think that puts. You have done a good job in God, I can't talk. Summarizing my own opinions in which I could not summarize them. Like, yeah, that is the kind of sum up my like.
It's like my one of 3 good skills, the ability to extrapolate and summarize.
Because Lord knows for someone who's a writer, when I'm actually trying to phrase shit on the fly, I'm fine if I'm sitting in front of a notepad, if I'm talking on the fly.
It's one of the benefits of being a longtime producer is you get the ability to kind of see where somebody's going and kind of finish the thought for them.
Yeah, but yeah, that does seem to be the thing with Mutahar, and like it's annoying, man. Like, I feel like that's what John Tron, ride or die with that guy. Stick to your guns. Stick to your guns. Doesn't matter how big you are. Don't go full Scott Adams, right? Don't go.
Yeah.
Don't throw it all the way with your schizo shit. No one to hold. Yeah. Don't overshare.
You gotta have a nice, healthy balance.
Yeah, exactly. Have principles, but don't get lost in the sauce. That's it. And, just have principles, but don't get lost in the sauce. And I think it's just funny seeing Charlie got, my God, Sneeko of all people, man.
Like, of all the people that he got, like, baited with, like, the easiest, like, because like, there's like a million different things he could have done in that situation to, like, beat TFO Sneeko, and he picked the one out of, like, it's like reverse Thanos, right? Instead of Doctor Strange looking into the future and finding like a million where they lose, he finds a million where they win, and there's only one where they lose. And I'll be damned if Charlie didn't pick the one where he lost.
Sneeko basically like pulled like a worm on a fishing line out of his pocket. He's like, "Hey, yo, Charlie, you want some worm?" And he threw it on the chest, and Charlie, "Yeah, it looks like good shit. I think I'll have that worm." And he's like, "What the fuck? Where is this in my cheek, man? Where is it?" Like, that's straight up what happened. And I would recommend people go watch it. Harmful Opinions did a great breakdown of Charlie's response and how bullshit it was. There's nothing I can say about what Charlie said after the fact, because Harmful Opinions just nailed it so 100% perfect.
It took the words out of your mouth.
Your time. Yeah, it would be like, I would be wasting your time and giving a lesser argument by not phrasing it word for word how Harmful Opinions put it. So I would check out Harmful Opinions. His video is Penguin Zero Tricked You. Just watch that. And there you go. That's all you... Like, sometimes someone gives an opinion so right, they just win and the conversation's over. And I feel like that Harmful Opinions video is that on Charlie's response to the shit he's catching. So I can't even comment on that. But I do think it's very funny. I think that's where you got to have principles, man. You got to have principles, because if you try to fence it, if you try to waffle, if you try to pander, if you try to base your thoughts and feelings on what you think a crowd thinks, it will always come tumbling down.
Yeah, I've never seen it work. It always blows up in that person's face. It may work for some time, but like sooner or later, like the way the media works is they convince people of all sorts of stuff. Like,
it only takes one wrong guess.
Yeah.
If you're going to play that, you would have to be able to guess right 100% of the time, and you're not. So you're going to get that wrong guess, and then it's all going to come tumbling down. So just don't bother playing.
And that's why you see all of these YouTubers, these fence-sitting YouTubers, they always implode on themselves because they picked the one card that didn't match finally, and their entire worldview just blows up in their face.
I mean, while PewDiePie could retire a billionaire with the perfect family.
PewDiePie said the N-word once on a stream. Millionaire. Hot wife. Exactly. Wonderful family.
Yeah. And like, I think the most he apologized for was like, yeah, like that was a heated gamer moment. Yeah, like, can you basically say we all do it? I just did it on camera.
He's like, hey, you can't say anything. You do this in private too.
Yeah, we all do it. I just did it on camera, and I shouldn't have. Like, it's time and place. It was more like I will be going into therapy and self-esteem. No, it was like, man, it's time and place, and I just picked the wrong time and place. Sorry. And you know what? That's fair. Okay. So then look at him, and then look at everyone that has tried to ride the winds. Doesn't work.
I think Moist is gonna be fine because he's got a big enough audience, and even if he gets some pushback over it, he just did his little shitty apology, and that's it.
I think
If he doesn't talk about it and doesn't double down on his apology, just to say, well, yeah, whatever, I said what I said.
Well, I
and
think
everyone should be
a
fine.
big thing of his recovery is going to be how much does he let this slide, right? Like if he keeps whining, like if some people bring it up in chat and he keeps bringing it up, that's going to hurt. And it's like 50-50 on if he will, because even just his reaction to this was very like, compare his reaction to this to Sunny V2 when he caught shit for the Chris Tyson video. Sunny V2 just carried on as usual. Like, what? You're mad? Who's mad? And then eventually he was vindicated. But nothing really happened to Sunny V2. Like, his views dipped in quotes. Like, oh, it went from like 5 million to 2 million? Wow. How will he recover, you know? But, like, I think if Critical can do that, and I don't know that he can, but if he can, he'll be fine. But at the same time, I don't think he'll ever recover from this because everyone was already kind of annoyed at him for the fence sitting and the change in his content and just the general behavior. And this is like, now you have something to point to.
Right.
You like with before it was like you would say like he just gives me vibes, and then you get like 12-year-olds coming like, he's just a guy, man, leave him alone, you know, that kind of thing. But now it's like, look, no, I have an example that I'm right about him right here. So I think all this has done is already feed something that was growing. Will it end his career? I don't think so. Although this,
well, I believe very strongly to Ranbot's theory on YouTube's, which is no one's ever really gone.
Yeah,
it's
true.
just,
but
like no creator is ever truly like toast until they just give up. Even if they have the worst opinion. I mean, Sneeko still exists for God's sakes, and that man.
Yeah, but their profile and their numbers. You know what I mean? Like look at who's that guy? Quebble Cop. He used to be huge. Did Minecraft videos, and he started doing weird AI shit.
Weird AI stuff and imploded himself.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the whole Sky Does Minecraft. If we're going back on Minecraft people. So yeah, they stick around, but it's like, how's their career doing? You know?
Yeah, I mean, you can tread water forever, essentially.
Yeah.
And it'll be.
I think
it remains to be seen what direction Charlie will go. I don't think he'll ever recover from this, but I think he'll be content just to tread water for the rest of his YouTube career, and that's probably what he'll do.
Yeah, I think like he's I think his status as like a beloved YouTuber that gets fluffed all the time has been just irreparably damaged.
Yeah, he's no longer anyone's comfort character. I will say that. Yeah, but I think you're probably right. He will just tread water and just kind of keep up, and he'll probably get like 1 million views a video, but he's not going to be like as beloved in the conversation. You're probably not going to get those fucking, I don't know if the algorithm keeps pushing on y'all, but I keep seeing these YouTubers do videos like, here's 5 people that Penguin Zero owned, 5 people that tried to cancel Penguin Zero and got canceled themselves, like the body count of Penguin Zero, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've gotten a few of those.
Yeah, I get those. They
do really
especially
well
recently.
Those countdown things, they do really well.
The Watch Mojo-esque sort of videos.
Yeah, it's just generic slop. But
it's not even just the Watch Mojo, but it's specifically like,
I guess
it's specifically like Penguin Zero, Charlie's, like the guys he took down. Like that's so many YouTubers keep doing that as a topic.
But
and
I mean,
feel like
just put a list of anything and then add a popular content creator next to it, and that video is going to do well.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that specific topic.
Like just 5 times PewDiePie shit his pants.
Like that specific topic keeps coming up. Like even if they do other, this YouTuber does this, like Sunny V2 does that. You know, here's 5 times YouTubers got emotional or something like that. But specifically, the people that Penguin Zero brought down because they tried to step to him has been done and done and done. It's like even Turkey fucking Tom did it. And I feel like that's over. Because you're not going to be able to do that without someone in the comments going, you forgot the last one, Penguin Zero.
Right?
Yeah, so I feel like the fluffing is over. The Charlie fluffing is over. So now it just remains to be seen if he could just tread water and just remain a neutral figure with a fan base, or if this really will get to him and he will be petulant about it, because he could go either way. Like the fact that he even responded the way he did by rage quitting all of his podcasts and then putting out that really terrible response, which again, Harmful Opinions just decimated. Like that, the fact that was his reaction was telling. So it's 50-50, remains to be seen whether or not he'll either tread water or just dive, you know.
Well, he made the most classic blunder of all in like how to handle a response to a controversy. It's like I said near the beginning of the show. It's like you really have two options. You can either basically be like, fuck every single one of you, I don't give a shit what you think, or you can like profusely apologize and like try to change. And he tried to like have it both ways and nobody accepted it.
Yeah. Yeah, can't. It doesn't work
Because like people will respect you if you're just like, I don't give a shit what you think, whatever. Like people will respect that. They may not like you for it, but they'll respect it. And if you profusely apologize, there will be some people that won't like you for that, but there will be some people that'll be like, oh yeah, you know, he can change, he can do better. But if you try to have it both ways, where you're like, fuck you, but you know, I'm sorry, please forgive me, it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, rage quitting all of the podcasts he's involved in was another.
Yeah,
that was very telling that
that.
I don't know if he'll be able to weather this, but I'm not for sure that he
I don't
won't
think his
either.
career is over, but you know, he's not going to be he's not going to be where he was.
Yeah. And all because of fucking Sneeko.
That's the most
What an
embarrassing
L.
part of all. Like if it was anybody else, it wouldn't be as big of an L, but because you lost to essentially the Washington Generals of like internet debating, like you just can't live that down, man.
You can't even pull up the, you know, because the coolest moment Charlie ever had was the this is not a clip, it's a mag moment.
Right.
And now that's dead. Because now there's a part 2 where there was quite a turnabout. Like, the guy that he owned got his revenge bigly. So, oopsie doodle. So,
Like who the hell gives Sneeko a W? That's just like that's worth quitting your entire internet career that you gave that disgusting degenerate freak a W.
you were cucked by a cuck. An actual cuck.
Like you just can't live that down. I mean, he's gonna try, but God.
Yeah, he's gonna keep saying, no, Sneeko didn't beat me. He said crazy things. Yes, he did. And then you
he did.
Too.
And then you said something crazy too.
Because here's the thing, if you debate with someone that is already off the bat known to be stupid or crazy or both or whatever, degenerate, and then he says something stupid, crazy, degenerate, people are not surprised.
Right, they knew what he was.
Yes. But if you debate the stupid, crazy, degenerate, and he gets you to say something stupid or crazy or degenerate, and you are not a stupid, crazy, degenerate, guess what? You have lost. It doesn't matter what the crazy guy said, he's crazy. You're supposed to be better than him, and you weren't. So you lost. That is if anything, that's the advantage to being an idiot. That you have a handicap.
Yeah, you cannot lose because you're already an idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't say something stupid. It is expected of you. So when Sneeko goes in and has this awful take about marrying minors, it's like, that's insane, but it's Sneeko. I expect that. So, like, well, Sneeko said this. No one cares. That's why no one's talking about the crazy shit Sneeko said. Let's talk about what Charlie said, because Sneeko said something retarded. That's par for the course. That's what I expected. I did not expect Moist Critical to say something equally retarded. I did not expect Moist Critical to give a Sneeko-esque take. I expect a Sneeko-esque take from Sneeko. So, that's... I mean, you know, kind of going in circles at this point, but... I think it's very funny, and I think there's a little catharsis. Is that kind of I told you so? You know, we've been saying he's a principle-free fence sitter that's really annoying about it, and everyone's like, no, he's a sweetheart and an angel. And now this happens. Like, told you, been telling you.
You were warned. Well, it's like Destiny having a meltdown.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
You want to talk about like YouTubers that have just completely like lost the plot? Yeah, Moist Critical, but God, like Destiny's freaking out at Spicy Cat Lady over a clip that was just deliberately taken out of context, and he knew the full context.
Well, his life is collapsing. Even his son hates him. Like, his life is falling apart. Hey, I almost feel bad
that was
for him.
Kirsch's take, wasn't it? She was just like, yeah, he's just kind of dumb. I kind of feel bad for him because he's like known as a cuck now, and his family hates him, and so he's just by himself.
Yeah, he's lost everything except for his audience. So now he's just trying to pander to them and feed them because they're all he has.
It's
his
honestly
crazy
like
far left audience is all he
like
has in his life.
If you really break it down, like his existence is just really, really sad. Like this is he doesn't have his girlfriend anymore. His son hates him. His ex-wife hates him. Like all of his family hates him. Like this is all he has left. I mean, he's essentially like he's like a more popular version of like a sector streamer, and that's basically it.
Yeah. Holy shit, you're right.
I mean, that's what he is. Like he's a sector streamer if they like actually made it and then had a downfall.
Yeah. It's like if Tonkasaw was relevant before the fall.
Right. And like, you know, their life implodes, you know, as if by command, but then all they have left is just their stream and their audience, and then that's all they have left. And so he's going completely batshit insane because he's trying, like that's the one thing he has left, so he's trying to pander to them as hard as he can. And like, what does he do? He tries to pick a fight with a VTuber and immediately eats shit.
Yeah, I am a firm believer in karma being an actual tangible force in this universe. Little understood, but it is real, and I can just point to a million examples, and Destiny's one of them. Like, if you are a piece of shit, and you can say, well, what about like, you know, the rich billionaires? And I say, even if you kind of escape like social consequences through like, oh, your power or your wealth, it still comes back because every politician, billionaire, corrupt motherfucker that escapes prison, that escapes any of that, what always happens to them? They rot alive. Like, you look at how they age, they look like fucking goblins, and then they always end up with the slowest dementia. It's basically everywhere at the end of time, every time. Over and over and over again. If you escape the consequences, it's still going to get you. You're not an escape. You can think, oh, I got money, I'm never going to get arrested, I'm never going to get consequences of my actions. Wait, who are you? Where am I? I gotta go poopy. And then it's just a slow, agonizing death from there. So yeah, karma's fucking real. Just look around you. Compare PewDiePie to Destiny. You know, or compare PewDiePie to JonTron. Yeah. Compare all these like Mr. Beast to PewDiePie. You know. Compare Destiny. Oh, I meant Destiny to JonTron because you know.
Yeah, Destiny to JonTron.
Yeah, and you compare PewDiePie to Mr. Beast. Karma is fucking real. It's not immediate. It's not fast. I think we'd like it to be fast, you know? You do something bad and then a car hits you. If only. It ain't fast. But you can't tell me it's not real. I got 1,000,001 pieces of evidence. All across, very public pieces of evidence. And we just saw one, I think. I think karma hit Charlie for being disingenuous. If you're a snake, you're going to get bit. You're going to see what a snake is like. Don't play that game. Don't be a liar.
I think far too many people fall into the trap of not thinking karma's real. So they do like shitty things to make them like to promote themselves or make themselves better. You know, they'll like go after somebody and like try to destroy them because of like some imperceived slight or like some old beef or whatever. But then like karma always catches up to you. And like a lot of these people, they don't believe it. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm so big. I have this huge audience. I have this huge platform. I have this big website. It's never going to catch up with me. It always fucking does. Every single time. No matter who you are, how big you are, or what sphere of the internet. Like, sooner or later, doing shitty things to people because it like gets your jollies off or because it like, promotes your content or whatever, like it's going to catch up with you. Just don't be a shithead.
You're never too big to fail.
Yeah.
Just look at Mr. Beast. Look at how fast Mr. Beast is falling apart. Not just that it's happening, but how fast it's happening. You are not too big to fail. No one is too big to fail. How many times, just throughout our lifetimes, we saw things that were institutions in our life are gone? Major corporations that we thought would be here for the rest of our lives. Made like fucking Kmart, gone. Blockbuster Video, gone.
Gone.
Yeah, anything that nothing is permanent, and I don't mean that in a doomer way. If anything, I mean in the opposite. Nothing is invincible. That's why, if you should appreciate what you have and work to keep it in an honest way, so that you can I guess more of a safety net. If you do it right, instead of playing stupid games, because you will win stupid prizes. But also know that no matter how big and wicked. Or remember how big a wicked thing is, it too is not invincible. And it is only a matter of time. You may not live to see it because maybe you're old, or maybe you got bad habits. You can die tomorrow, but it does. It is inevitable. Karma comes for all. We'll take him in to be kind of gay, kind of cringe. Karma comes for us all.
Well, you look at a lot of YouTubers, like their entire, like their whole thing is like they try to get in good with other YouTubers that are larger than them, and they leech off of them, and then they find the right moment to like stab them in the back. Like you see the people that are like that. Like you look at them just a couple years down the road, like the Mars girls of the world, they just totally fall apart.
Yeah. And Mars girl tried to destroy Vic, and he may not be in the anime anymore, but he's still got a career, still getting work, still getting paid. How's Margot going?
That's something I noticed from the VTuber side of things. There's a bunch of that going on.
Yeah, they try people try to collab with
every-
someone else, and then they like stab them in the back the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or they're like really friendly with them, and behind the scenes they're talking shit all the time. And there are certain people that they always come up as being the ones that do this, and you'll never see them like really get far because no one's gonna like them anymore. No one's gonna want to collab with them anymore.
Yeah.
And they don't have a personality, or they're not really fun to watch anyways. Because the only thing they have going for them is drama. They're just attacking other people or backstabbing other people. That's all they're known for.
When was the last time you saw a fun clip of fruit? Exactly.
That's a good example.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is just like, it's funny to think so many years you would see very simple good versus evil stories, and it got to the point where they felt unrealistic. And then as time goes on, and we moved past those in fiction, and then you look at the world around you, and you start to realize how actually more realistic that was than like the morally gray, or even more interesting stories. Right? I'm not gonna pretend like He-Man is more interesting than Breaking Bad, but if anything, like Tolkien got it like the most realistic fantasy setting, because like the quote I think from Lord of the Rings was like, "Evil cannot create; it can only corrupt and destroy what good has created." I think it was also in the Bible, like paraphrasing the Bible in that one. But yeah, that's true. That's real. And like, in old cartoons, the bad guys would always be really ugly, and the good guys would always be pretty. Like, that's a cheap little way of telling. You look at reality and like compare Betty White to George Soros. It's like, oh, real world just works like that. That's just real. And that kind of thing was like, yeah, if you're wicked, you're just gonna lose. It's that we think we live in like War and Peace, or like some kind of great introspective piece of literature, but no, we live in a Saturday morning cartoon. where the bad guys are ugly and they lose in the end, just inevitably. And I think we should all take a little solace in that. Even if you're the most black pill motherfucker and you don't want to believe it because having hope means you're vulnerable. Because let's be real, all of you motherfuckers that say like, no, everything's gonna be bad. No, you're cowards. Because like, well, if I get my hopes up, then I can be hurt. So if I just always think everything's bad, I can't be hurt. Ha! I found a cheat code. No, you didn't. That's why no one likes you. But yeah, no, you may not like it because again, you might have hope. But no, you live in a Saturday morning cartoon. There's, we're just waiting for the inevitable downfall of Cobra every week. At this point. So that's my little thesis on that. So I think we're done on that topic. And I feel like there was one other thing. Oh yeah, really quick, Azehara, since you're here, because you play with the AI stuff for like your thumbnails and everything, and I know you did that. You clipped my AI. I believe you clipped my AI rant on legal mindset thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because I try to keep you on top of AI, like I talked about on legal mindsets thing, because it's supposedly my competition and it's a potential tool down the line. And Novel AI recently dropped director tools, which lets you take a picture and mess with it. And I tried it out, and I encourage other folks to give this a shot. It's fun, but it's not there yet. Like, hey, you could take like a black and white picture and color it. Like, oh, I got some old like pencil stuff I did. Let me run this through and see if I can do it. And it ain't there.
I haven't played with it yet.
I try it out. Next time you need a thumbnail, just get like a black and white picture of whoever you're talking about, and like run it through the thing and see what it gives you. But it is kind of funny how it interprets. And sometimes it would just redraw. Like I have an old pencil picture I did of geese. I was like, oh, let's see if I can get it. And it was close, but it kept messing up like the outfit colors. And I was like, and then like a couple times it just redrew. Over. I was like, I don't think coloring. I don't think coloring is just supposed to like draw a new picture. It's like, this is what you wanted, right? No, it's not. I don't know who that is. That's not close. That's not close, Novel AI. So it's pretty funny. I'd say anyone who likes to dick around with AI and see what funny shit you can get, put a manga panel through it and see if old Novel AI can figure it out, or if it if it just sends you back an inexplicable picture of a mutated frog and you're thinking, where did you get that? So I don't know if you'd seen that and messed with that, or
I'm
tried your
checking
luck
it
with
right
it.
now. It's it has a few cool things. I see it has a remove background because when I do my thumbnails, I usually type out what I want, and it's usually like a 300 or 400 word description of what I'm doing. The Kershaw model is like stupidly complicated.
Yeah,
But
because I don't think they have
type
code built in.
Yeah, because Pippa, you write Pippa, and that's it. You get Pippa.
Yeah.
Pippa and I don't know, gun, and you get Pippa with a gun.
Yeah.
But for Kershaw, you have to like describe every single part of her outfit and everything like that. And I usually one of the tags I use is a white background because it's easier to crop the images and use that for the thumbnail.
Yeah.
And I see it has a remove background feature here. I tried it out. I tried out the line art thing because it has it can turn a picture into line art, and it's fairly good.
Yeah, I haven't tried the no background yet. That was the one I was like, I really want to just dick around with that one, but I kept putting it off because I got distracted by the coloration because I've got like all these old pencil drawings. Like, ooh, let's like for funsies, let's see what it does. And mixed results. I that's the one I want to get there. Because I said before, I have like 30 comics I want to do all at once, and it's the point where it's like at some point, I feel like I'm just gonna need like, hey, color this AI, just color the background. Yeah. Like
that's actually a really good tool, I guess, if you get it to work right.
Yeah.
Just making a black and white image colorful. It's a huge thing. The only problem might be to keep it consistent, because maybe you have a character with red hair.
Yeah,
and
that's gonna be the issue.
Two out of three generations, the hair comes red, but the third one, the hair changes to like blue or something else, and that might be a problem.
I feel like we're it'll get to the point where like you'll have a native kind of novel AI that you don't have to use the website, or you maybe have an account where you can upload your own LoRa's and you can upload your own stuff, and that'll help it remember. Because I think people whine about AI art, but in reality, what this is really going to lead to, it's the same. It's basically what Clip Studio Paint already does on a larger scale. Because Clip Studio Paint has all these brushes to do like water for you, or cloud effects, or splatters. All these little things so you don't have to hand make it. And you can hand make it if you want. And sometimes, like, as someone who uses Clip Studio Paint, it's like column A, column B. Sometimes it's got the brush that gets the job done. I don't need to hand draw every blade of grass. It's got a good grass brush that gets it done, looks right. I am good. The grass is there. And sometimes you want to manually draw that grass with like a close up, or something like, or this specific blade of grass is blown a specific way. You don't want the AI, you don't want a brush to do that. And I think AI is just going to be the same thing, where it's like, okay, well, I need an extensive forest. Now, for the forest needs to look a very specific way, well, I'm going to draw it. But, man, it's just two characters standing in the forest. I don't need it to be that autistically exact. AI, whip up a forest. Put the characters in that forest. Does it look good? Do they match up? Does it match up with the height and the perspective? Does. Fantastic. There we go. I'm done. Didn't need to draw 20 trees.
Yeah, the pushback I see with AI is the same pushback I remember back when digital art started popping up. Because I remember everything had to be by hand. Digital wasn't really that big, and in the early 2000s or late 90s, I remember the few people that actually used the internet and used art forums, they would bitch and moan like, "Oh, you're not a real artist. You're not coloring everything," and it's whatever.
Yeah,
it's
much
the same type of argument, because people want or expect you to do every single every single stroke of the brush. They want you to do that, but that's not even real anymore, because with digital you don't have to do that anymore. So AI in a way is similar, but it also gives you like the benefit of someone that doesn't know anything about art could maybe create something. And I think that's the big problem they have, that they're not this exclusive club.
Yeah. I think
you don't have to rely. You don't really have to rely on an artist anymore to do something for you. You can maybe come up with an image that looks decent enough, and you can get like your vision across without having to depend on them. And I think that's the biggest problem. But when it comes to like using AI as a tool, I mean, we've been using all of these programs, like you said, Clip Studio, Photoshop. They all have some sort of AI into it, like the color picker and the selection tools and all that.
Even just the way that like Clip Studio Paint, you can set a tool to like steady your brush strokes.
Oh yeah, that's pretty old. That Psy, I think, was the one that first came with that.
Yeah, like you don't have to hold your wrist and keep yourself steady. You just like, if you have a little shaky hand, just up the stability, and then now you don't. And like that's very likely where AI is going to go. Like that's more realistic. Like, yeah, corporations are going to use it for easy art, and like, oh well, they're not going to hire. Like, look, I've done some of those cheesy corporate art for hire, because that shit pays, man. Have you ever seen like you ever gone to an office and there's like some cheesy cartoon of like the importance of remembering to wear your helmet, some whatever they do. If you work at like a restaurant, it's like, what? Remember to wash your hands. Some cheesy cartoon motherfucker washing his hands, grinning at the viewer. I've done stuff like that, and that shit, man, that pays stupid. It pays so stupid, and I think that's why they're really getting mad, because I've been in that section of art, and that AI will kill that. AI will absolutely kill that. And to put in perspective how much an artist gets paid, I'll just tell you right up the bat. You know how much you get paid for that shit? It's like $70 an hour.
Damn.
To draw. Next time you're at a corporate job, right, and you see something that's got a little cartoon on it, a little cartoony guy, look at that and think that you make, because that was what I made on that. So you make $70 an hour drawing whatever stupid thing that is. Because these big corporations, they're old people. They don't know anything about art, right? To them, you are valuable and rare. So, now granted, the catch is you work only as long as it takes to make the picture. So you're paid $70 an hour for like 8 to 16 hours. That's still a chunk of change, but it's not like $70 an hour for a 9-to-5 job. But yeah, that's how much they made. So you see the stupid drawing, and you think like whoever drew that shit made $70 an hour drawing that. And like, yeah, I think that's a big reason that the artists don't want to talk about why they're mad about AI. That's why they're mad about AI, because the stuff that AI can replace is lucrative. And porn artists are another one, where it's like, well, yeah, if you want to see your favorite characters get reamed in the ass, you got to pay me. Well, no, you don't. Then he's typing in the AI here. My favorite character, big penis, vagina, send. And then you might have tweaked it. Oh, crap. They gave me a dick girl. Big penis in the vagina. You know. That's it. And as that technology gets better, people can just do that, and then it looks like all detailed. Look at the coloring on the picture of 2B getting fucked in the ass. Like, they won't need you anymore.
One second. Where's the chat? Live chat? That's where you post things?
You can just post it in
what is it?
general. Either way.
Yeah.
Okay,
Restream chat usually.
Okay, Because
But,
I tried the tool thing. I did a little censoring because the manga panel I used was a bit spicy, but
Oh dear.
oh yeah.
You couldn't pull anything normal. You had to pull that out.
Yeah, I mean, okay,
that's what you had on hand. Okay.
but it looks nice.
Actually, looks pretty
I mean,
good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it even has shadows and highlights and everything.
Yeah.
I
For
saw
real.
that, and the
Even
first
got
thing I thought was suicide.
It's like suicide at age 40.
Yeah. We like older women.
I mean, you can like see some mistakes it made in the background and everything, like little things, but
Little tiny things, but actually didn't do that bad, really.
yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. It's a lot more normal than what I have, and I think because I was using pencil drawings, and this is like a manga panel, so it's probably a little more stable for the AI to understand. But
it even got rid of her. She has like a glowing overlay or glowing
sensor thing.
No, the around her in the main panel.
Yeah, you're right.
Stroke.
And it
Yeah.
even
Outer glow
and it
stroke.
translated it to light instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
actually really good.
Yeah, that's
I'm
interesting.
I'm actually surprised. I didn't even know this was a thing until now.
Yeah, it turned out really good. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this technology develops, because I think, like I said, that's going to help me and a lot of other people that just like want to get out, like want to be productive, but don't have enough hours in the day. And I think like as this technology develops, it's gonna be the real boon, where it's like I can get like a comic page done like half the time. I could get 2 done in a day. You know, suddenly I go from like an update every other week to like an update every week, and every other week it's like a whole 20 pages, you know? And then obviously there's going to be difference between like doing it by hand and doing it by AI, but there's a lot of times like, you know what, the AI can take care of that. You don't need the human touch for like a generic ass background or generic ass like, oh, it's 2 people in a bedroom. Is the bedroom got any special decorations in it? No, it's just like a middle-aged couple's bedroom. Okay, the AI can do that. You don't need an artist's touch for the married couple's generic ass bedroom with the maybe flower print on the fucking comforter, you know? So I think this is going to be like a big deal. And I'm really looking forward to this evolving. And the remove background, I haven't used that yet, but God, man, the time save.
Yeah.
If you just want to make a thumbnail on something,
I wanted to try that but I don't have any currency. I spent everything on just making Kirsch.
Yeah. I have like a bunch saved up because I'm like on it so sporadically. It's like I've still got a bunch of these little tokens. I forget how I first got tokens. I don't remember ever giving them money. I just like remember going back to try Novel AI and I had like several thousand. Like, did I like get on the ground floor?
They give you some like every month or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, that might have been it. Yeah, because like I mean, I never gave him money, and I had like thousands. Like, okay, alrighty. I think I maybe used it to dick around for like a week, with like characters when AI was the big buzz, and I think I used it once for Cloud Scratcher to get a funny background because I thought like this joke would be better if the backdrop is AI instead of if I drew it. Because it was like a goofy character, and like whenever he's doing something crazy, it makes the background change. And I was like, well, if the background change is something AI generated, I think that'd be funnier. And that was like the most I've ever touched AI, aside from like when they dropped this. So I'm just sitting on all this extra currency, man. And again, I don't remember where I got it because I think they only give it to you if you pay, but I never paid.
I think they're gonna the way they can move forward is by implementing a tool where you can upload like your own images and you can create your own basically prompt for a character. So maybe you're working on a comic and you have a character or a main character, and when it comes to AI, you don't have the prompt because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But you can like create your own prompt for that character.
That's a LoRa. Yeah, you're talking about a LoRa.
Yeah.
Upload like a LoRa of your own character and shit. Like I think also what they need to do is move into like specifics instead of just prompts. Like specifics to character. Like if you want, make me some porn, I don't want to pay for nothing. Specifics to character. Character A, prompt. Character B, prompt. General, missionary, doggy style.
Yeah, that's the other big one because some people have told me, oh, why don't you create something? Create these two people doing this thing, and I say like, yeah, I can create them, but the chances that I get those two people in the image doing what you want me to what you want them to do, it's going to be really hard.
And I think honestly this is super healthy for artists too, because it's telling artists like, okay, well, you can't just draw a guy standing on ground. AI can do that. What can you do that AI can't do? And it's going to push artists to do more things that AI can't do. And then even enhance that with AI. So if you have, it's like when people thought, automation is going to ruin the labor industry. Oh, they just have machines build it. Well, no, you got to have the human running the machine. If you just have the machine build it and you don't have a human touch, you're gonna have a disaster on your hands. And if you want to see a disaster on your hands, look at when the AI just tries to interpret anything that requires thought. So, and I'm not saying like, oh, I know how to work the AI, I'm an AI artist. No, it's a tool. It's a tool. So you're just skilled at a tool, but you're not an artist.
It's essentially just programming. You've got to, garbage in, garbage out is an old saying in programming. So you've got to find the right thing to put in there that gets the AI to interpret it correctly and pop out a vision that's like close to what you want.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you're not an artist. You're just generating.
You're a programmer.
What you need. Yeah, you're programming. And it's kind of the same thing, but like I think like mixing AI with a human art is going to be the way. I think again, this is just going to be super Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint on roids.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I'm actually really, really excited.
And that's the part that I love about AI is when it becomes like a time saver. It's like, there's still the human element there, but it's allowed you to like, be able to speed up the process because the AI is handling like the minutia.
I like the picture AzeharaCh posted. A person drew the original. And then the AI, gave it some pizzazz. So
and then you can do stuff like that, and then you can like fix the errors that it makes.
Yeah. So again, it's hyper Clip Studio Paint in my eyes, and I'm all for it. I think if artists, I mean, I know a lot of them, it's bad faith arguments for the reasons that I listed, but the ones that really are just genuinely threatened by it, just don't be so luddic. I think that the harm that can be done with it should be mitigated. We all know, I don't even have to get into the million and one ways that AI can be abused. But that's the thing. You make new technology, you rein in the illegal stuff, you rein in the I don't want to say immoral, even though it's immoral, but that's like, what is immoral, But like the bad stuff. You rein in the bad stuff. And then you open it up to the people that can use it and use it well and make something great with it. Obviously you're not going to make something great if you just pop in a prompt like, look, it's my favorite character, and they're in a dress, something like that. That's, good for you. And I think like I said before, that's going to help artists because a lot of artists just do that. A lot of artists just look. I just drew the flavor of the week character, but I made it really detailed. And they're standing there. It's a portrait. Well, okay, you can't do that anymore because I can just type. There it is. Now what? What you got?
Type the name of the character, and that's it.
Yeah. What you got? Like, oh, you drew Freerun, standing. Like I said, the example in Lego Mindset. Oh, you drew Freerun, and her hair is blowing in the wind. Okay, look. I got that too. So you got to draw Freerun doing something interesting that the AI can't think of. You got to draw like a something artistic. Like look at what's that guy's name? He's just like amazing art, and his name has slipped my mind. He does like painter kind of stuff. He does like group shots. He did a really good group shot like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. And it looks like painted. It's amazing. And his name is just, I follow him on Twitter. Name just left my fucking brain. He's got a blue skull avatar. He did some kind of like lich comic. Shit. Dave Raposa. Yeah, you look at Dave Raposa. AI can't do that. There's more artistry there. You could probably, someone could use AI to make something similar, but they'd still have to have some kind of artistry themselves. They have like draw it and then tell the AI, yeah, color it this way. But you still got to draw it. You still got to be an artist. So, what's the problem? It's impressive. It's more impressive you did that by hand than the AI guy. But the AI guy, if he drew it, if art was involved, he's an artist. He just is AI assisted, But it's not. You don't have less merit because you colored in Clip Studio Paint versus actual physical paint on canvas. Oh, the paint on canvas is more impressive, because Clip Studio Paint does so much for you. But that doesn't mean the guy using Clip Studio Paint's not an artist. That's my other AI rant, I guess. I didn't think I was gonna own another one, but
I mean, I really like all the positives that comes with AI. I know there's a bunch of negatives, but at the same time, okay, in my case, I can draw. I've been drawing for a while, but it's not professionally. So I haven't really gotten into it. I haven't put as much time into it. So it takes me maybe a full day to come out with something decent. So my problem is that it's time, and I'm not gonna like put time into it because I know it's not something I'm gonna do like for work or something like that. So the fact that I can maybe write something down, prompt it, the AI gives me something back, and I can then edit the image. It's a lot faster and a lot better for me to do that. And that's something that I don't have to like commission someone to work on if I'm gonna work on a thumbnail.
That's a big thing too. That saves people a lot of money not having to commission shit.
Money and time.
Yeah. And plus you got to deal with like, you don't know whether you can even trust the artist because half of them like, oh God, I'm just like, I need to take a mental health day, that kind of thing. And then you don't get the shit on time. And I even did that once and I felt bad. Like a lot of shit went down. I don't know if I want to say who it was just because people on the internet can be weird. But I was commissioned to do album art for an actual like music artist.
Oh shit.
And I did it and I'm very proud of it. But when I was like halfway through it, I don't even remember what happened. Some shit went down and I was like 3 months late. I felt like shit, man. I felt like everything Kershaw says about artists in that moment. Like, God, I just turned this in so late. I don't even remember what happened. I think it was like I vaguely remember being like some technical thing. Like, I don't know if that's when some of my equipment broke or what. Because I've had that a lot. Like, been in the middle of working on something and my cheap tablet at the time, because it's all I could afford, just craps out. And, oh, great, I got to wait another week and a half for a new one. And what can I afford? Oh, That's why I bought the big expensive Cintiq. Like, fuck it. I got some money now. I'm going to get one that's goddamn going to last.
Go big or go home at that point.
Yeah, because usually, like, the expensive... It's gotten to a point of technology now. It's like, yeah, the expensive ones do last. Because it got to the point... There was a time when, like, the expensive stuff would crap out, and it was the old cheap stuff. And now the expensive stuff is less, and that's why it's expensive. That's why it costs an extra $1,000. Because you won't need to buy another one for a while, and they know it. So that's why they charge a lot for the good one. So I splurged Got the big one. Got the big boy. Couple grand. But it's been worth it. But that's I felt that. So I've been sadly on the artist end of that. I was like, no, look, I know I said it'd be done in a week, but this is happening. I need time. And I know it was probably annoying. So when I hear people talk about, artists are annoying, and I'm like, yeah, look, I know I wasn't doing it on purpose. But, if you fart in an elevator, you meant to do it. But it's still annoying to fart in the elevator, So, AI just, you don't have to worry about that. That's another thing. I think that it makes artists better. Because, you have AI competing now. No more your mental health week, bitch. Work. Get your work done. This is your job, right? Work. Work, slave. Now you too are the wagey. You got to work for that wage. Because someone can say, fuck it, I ain't waiting for you. Let me just type in this prompt. You could have had money. You could have had a job. Now you lost your job to AI because you had to take a mental health month. You got too addicted to Elden Ring and you negated your job. And now look what happened.
I don't have a problem with people taking breaks, but I feel like it's gotten abused, or people they knew that I'm an artist. Fuck it, they need me to do this.
Yeah.
So I'm in a privileged position where I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Absolutely.
And that's over.
Yep. And I think that's another one of the laundry list of ways AI has helped artists. As long as we mitigate the bad things it can be used for, I think AI is going to be great. And on that note, do we have anything else on the docket? Or I think that's it.
Yeah, I was going to talk about had Corpo Chaos here because there's two major things that kind of went down the past couple of weeks. I think the first one was Noah Talent. So this was the company. They're a Chinese company. They're very heavily linked in with like Bilibili. And it was a company that Sayu was actually going to be part of. But they've had a little bit of a problem recently because they tried to take one of their talents and that had like a major controversy and like rebrand them. Let me see if I could find here's the tweet here. I'll pull it up. So this is the statement that they released on Twitter. Is this guy Surge VT?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so this happened. There was the thing with Noli. And so a lot of stuff happened with Noah Talent all at the same time, and from what I understand, I think Sayu's not going to be working with them anymore.
Oh, is this the Chinese company she was talking about?
Yes, this is the Chinese company. And I think a lot of that was because they are very closely linked with Bilibili, and they're linked with I think it was Hoyoverse, wasn't it, that they have like ties to? I think it was Hoyo.
Was it Hoyo? I'm not sure if it's Hoyo, but I could be wrong. I don't follow a lot of the gotcha Chinese shit.
I'm looking real quick. Double check.
Okay, I heard that dead silence. Like, did something go wrong?
They do, yeah. So it is Hoyoverse. So yeah, they do have some ties to Hoyoverse. And like Sayu is a gotcha player, so that's like was right up her alley. And I feel bad that like the whole thing kind of fell apart like right before. But I mean, at least it happened before she joined, rather than her getting.
Actually, I feel good about that because imagine if she got herself into another situation where she joins the company and the company turns out to be a piece of shit, and she basically has to go through the whole shit.
She has to relive all that nightmare stuff that she went through in the first place. Yeah.
Honestly, I think she should stay as indie.
I think so too. I think so too. I think there are plenty of people in other corpos that like her and want to collab with her. I'm really looking forward to the day when her and Matara and Mint can all do a fun collab, and Doki, because I think it would break the internet when they finally get to that point. And I feel like as time goes on, a lot of the it's really like the fans, right? It's like the fans are like diametrically opposed to each other when it comes to like the Niji Sanji talent that left versus the ones that are still there. I have a feeling that over the next like 2-3 years, I think a lot of bridges are going to be mended, So, like, when it comes to people that are, like, diametrically opposed to each other, as far as fan bases go, don't be surprised if people that you thought would never collaborate with each other suddenly become very friendly, especially if they also leave certain companies. I don't know that for a fact. I don't have any inside information, but it just seems to me that I think a lot of the drama over the past year, I feel like there's a lot going on behind the scenes that's like smoothing that out between a lot of different people. That's my hot take there.
I would rather, people get along. And I think it's almost a shame because there are still some really good people over at Niji. We focus on the clique and everything, but there are still some decent folks at Niji that don't really deserve to get dragged with everyone else. I mean, Rosemi being the most obvious. And it really is sucked to see her numbers going down too. It's like she don't deserve it. She Rosemi. Rosemi ain't hurting nobody. She's doing good. She's doing her thing. She's charming. She ain't no reason to unsubscribe from Rosemi. Yeah, I get, fuck Niji and everything, but Rosemi ain't hurting nobody. She good. But like, yeah, I get the clique dropping. I get all that. It just feels like some people are getting caught in the crossfire, and it sucks. But I would rather see bridges mended. I would rather see Niji pull their head out of their ass and become a good company. I think that would be the best case scenario instead of everybody leaving and free this person. Join V Shoujo, join FaZe. I think I would rather just Niji not be shit. But I think for that to happen, we got to get rid of Riku. Frankly, Azehara, you're gonna have to step down if we want to save that company.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you.
That's gonna have to ban me again.
It still makes me laugh that somebody thought you were Riku because you posted a bunch of Riku shit posts. That will never not be funny to me. There are some just corners of the internet that are just letting in the wrong people. They're letting in the wrong people, man. That's all I could say about that. God,
they're not bringing their brightest.
They're not sending their best.
Yeah. It's like the Pippa fake docs where they found some girl that was like had some hairline shit going on. Like,
had a 5-head that lives in Russia. Yeah, that was
that poor girl.
Yeah, I feel bad for her.
I feel so bad for her.
But like at the same time, like when you find out the details on her, it's like, how did you even get that fake docs? Or fail docs, I should say.
I don't know what possesses people to like fuck up that bad and just like run with it unverified.
You would have had to have gone to Russian Facebook to get this information. Did you not think at that point, maybe I have steered a bit far from my destination?
You couldn't have picked the most like obvious American VTuber either. Like, like she's literally like dropping references to like East Coast stuff, and you're just like, yeah, she's probably in Russia. I mean, she's
literally over here like East Coast, Best Coast, like, oh, East Coast of Russia, eh? I see what you're saying.
The East Coast of Russia. Oh God.
Oh, so she lives on the Bering Strait.
I knew it.
No wonder she's so close to America.
She can see Alaska from her house. So the other thing, as far as Corpo Chaos goes, was the CEO of Idol is stepping down, and Brave has the company that owns V4 Mirai, Globy, a bunch of others, Vispo. They have bought out Idol. And the interesting thing here is that anybody that's currently with Idol can take their IP and go indie if they want to. And that made me think about the fact that it's like, two very high-profile VTubers literally left just a couple months ago. You had Pochi and Yuko. Kind of have to feel for them that this came now when like they had already left and probably, even if they wanted to get their IP back, probably wouldn't be able to because of how they ended up leaving.
Yeah. I think it was for Yuko was for the best though. I think one of the reasons she left was to get a clean start.
I think so too. I don't think she would have wanted to keep her IP because I think that she wanted to kind of get a start over and leave her old community behind because, you know, they had expectations for Yuko that, I mean, she wasn't going to do.
It was even their expectations. Like, she was fine in the beginning, but she, I think, saw success in a field that she regretted quickly soon after.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that was the reason, more the reason for the big break. Like, GFE. You do get rich quick, but it comes at the cost of your soul. And
yeah,
I think she was starting to realize that and wanted to get away from that. And she initially tried, and I think she just felt like she couldn't get away from it as Yuko. Like she had to fully break off.
It's because, you know, when you build up a platform with a certain we talked about Minecraft YouTubers, right? Like if you do nothing but play Minecraft for like 10 years, and that's literally the only thing you do, but then you want to like start playing Call of Duty, like your fans are going to revolt because the people that are the only people that are going to watch you are the people that like expect you to do this thing. They watch you because of this thing, and you want to get away from that thing. So of course, you know, people are going to like stop watching you. But this is also VTubing, and in VTubing there are literal like schizoid psychopaths in your audience. For some of these girls, and so it wasn't just the fact that they're like, oh, she's not doing this thing that I want anymore, I'm, you know, gonna unsubscribe or whatever. It was she cut the parasocial cord, and now they want to like eat her.
Yeah.
It was insane. Like I was watching this stuff happening, and I'm just like, are these people for real? I'm not being trolled, right? It's like I'm like they're literally talking about like mutilating her and shit like that because she doesn't want to do the GFE stuff anymore. And I'm sitting there like that was my like fish out of water moment where I'm like, I don't know this industry anymore. I mean, it's my mistake for reading a VT thread and trying to glean some sort of like knowledge off of it. That was my bad. But I'm just looking at it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, these people are like it's like the craziest shit imaginable. I mean, I get it. Like you really into this blue-haired spirit medium girl. But I mean, come on, man.
You are not in a relationship with her.
You are not dating her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never understood how people get to that point. It's kind of fucking weird.
Well, you don't understand it because you're still healthy in the head, and that's kind of you don't really appreciate how healthy in the head you really are until you see this, you know. It's like, man, I thought I had some problems, but at least I got that going. Like these people this is society's rejects, like flat out. Like I'm not saying that as an own or hyperbole. No, that's literally what they are. Society's rejects. They're glomming onto anything to just make believe, and it's sad. And when you're that far gone, when you're that deep in despair, common sense is out the window. And you are just a creature of emotion because you're broken. You're a broken man. So you don't have that rock solid mental foundation. You don't have fortitude anymore. You just cry and want to be held, and no one will hold you. So you you put some dakimakuras in the dryer to warm them so they feel like a person, and then you just kind of wrap yourself in those and cry. And I think it's easy to forget that's kind of what we're quote unquote dealing with. It's not even VTuber or anime fans as a whole, but they're in here. They're in the room with us right now, and it's sort of something we just got to deal with. You just got to kind of prepare for that those guys are there. Those guys walk among us, joke, haha. But like, you got to go in knowing that and you court them at your own peril because you are essentially, yes, they're easy money, but they are mentally ill. You are actively courting the mentally ill. And while the mentally ill can be malleable to your cause, I mean, you bring in the politics and all this other shit. I mean, with people actively courting the mentally ill is a power base. But the thing about the mentally ill is they're
still mentally ill.
Yeah. They can turn on you. They can turn on you, and when they turn on you, it's psychotic, mental illness.
Well, look at look at the sector, right? Like, to bring it back to like the sector, like that's kind of the thing. Like, it's full of mentally ill people and people that exploited mentally ill people for profit. But what happens when those mentally ill people turn on you? They go absolute batshit crazy. Like, this is kind of it's a recurring theme on the internet that there are ways to, a fool and his money are soon parted, but a psychopath will try to get his money back somehow.
Yeah, he won't succeed, but he'll do some damage trying.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. You think you want that, but you don't want that.
No, you don't.
Like the GFE and the coon brain shit too, because that's basically a sort of GFE. It's like friends with benefits experience. The minute you try to just do something for you, the minute you try to leave, it will all come crashing down. Japan has had that problem for a while of like just not getting why you just don't do the parasocial shit with the idol industry, The idol industry isn't as bad as people make it out to be, but the bad that people make it out to be does exist. And you get like the stalker that used the eye reflection to find a woman,
Yeah, or the crazy Fujo scratching up the Mafu Mafu trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's insane.
Like, if you court those people, you will get those people. And everything that comes with those people. So don't court those people. It's that simple, but people don't get it because those people are money. Those people are power. Those people are clout. And it seems easy at first. Oh, I just do this thing, and these nutcases they can't restrain themselves. They're all over me. I've got them in the palm of my hand. It's like you catch a bee in the palm of your hand. Like, look, I caught a bee. It's gonna sting your ass if you keep holding it there. Don't hold the bee. Just don't hold the fucking bee. And then some motherfucker's like, oh, is that a wasp? Let me hold it. Don't hold the wasp. It's worse than the bee.
And this is why I was glad that Yuko decided to try to get away from that stuff. But I think the writing was on the wall that she was just gonna have to rebrand. There was no saving the Yuko Yurei identity at that point. There was just too many ass hurt unicorns that were upset that their parasocial cord had been cut.
Yuko was their chance to jack off to Gura, basically. I think that's how a lot of them saw her. She was she was the naughty Gura, And I think it started to eat away at her that, like, is this what
she was constantly being compared to somebody else that she wasn't.
Yeah. And then, like, that being famous for that kind of thing. And I think there's this sort of I don't want to sound mean saying it, but can't think of a better phrasing. So the self-respect kicked in. Is like, what am I doing? And I think that's why she's just left.
And management changed after the Riro Ron stuff. Like, there was a management shakeup after that. I really, and I don't think she'll ever talk about what really went on. I'm sure there's a lot of NDAs and stuff and contracts and things where she can't talk about it. I really feel like it may have been something that particular manager may have pushed on a lot of the talent there, because it was like very easy, very quick money. And when that person was gone after the Riro Ron stuff, all of a sudden, everything changed.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Because now I'm thinking of somebody else. I think it's like one girl from EIN did some similar Kumi shit and then she got fired. But
she got fired for something else.
Yeah, well, she wasn't fired for the Kumi shit, but she did Kumi shit and then got fired.
And that, I mean, she set up her own company now.
I wonder what she's doing. I wonder if she's still Coomer baiting.
She is.
No,
No, he
see, I
said he was
wondering
wondering
if
if she was still
Yeah.
Coomer baiting.
she's still. Yeah. But
Well-
I'm just curious. But with Idol, I wish them well. It seemed like they got a good roster of talent. Especially
They got
Rin.
they got
Love Rin.
Blessed. Yeah, Rin's great. They got Blessed Sheep.
Yeah.
Lisa.
Yeah, they got Lisa. So they got a good roster talent. I'm kind of neutral on this news. I think the funniest thing about it is, Avio was very smug about how he was like the best CEO ever.
Yes.
I'm doing it better than everybody. I'm setting an
I'm-
example, and then look what happened.
Transparent. So
Yeah.
transparent. He's gone.
Yeah. So the joke I gave him, I don't want to repeat my joke from Virtual Asylum, but I tell a joke so good, I'm gonna tell it everywhere. But like, it is funny. Like the just how it's almost like he was courting it. He was courting disaster every time he did it. Every time he was just so smug about how much just better of a company than these other companies. I was like, mwah, mwah.
Well,
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't take that much.
yeah. I mean, when you're
Yes.
like comparing yourself to like the fuck ups of Niji Sanji, I mean,
But I think he was even
Oh,
comparing
oh.
himself like as better in Hololive. You know what I mean? Like Hololive wouldn't disclose their talent cut, even though they did. But it was like in investor meetings. He was like, "I'm saying it on Twitter, and I'm saying it right now. I'm not waiting for an investor meeting." He was trying doing that kind of shit. And I think like that at that
I mean,
point, you're
I
just
think-
begging for this to happen.
yeah. I mean, I think it's good to be transparent, especially if you're a company like a VTuber company. I think more transparency is better, but at the same time, like they were transparent, and that's a good thing. But there still seem to be a lot of like financial issues going on behind the scenes, and I'm not really sure why that's the case, because Idol should have been doing like gangbusters based on like the talents that they had. But apparently, like I hear a lot about they had a lot of financial issues going on, and ultimately that's why they sold to Brave, because
Possibly
It
they were
was-
giving too big a cut to the talents. That's one argument I've heard.
I've
it's great, you're
heard
giving their
that.
cut.
I don't know
Yeah.
if that's necessarily tracks, but it's one theory that I've heard thrown out there.
It could be just one part of a cadre of issues. Like it didn't help. Like it's not the defining issue, but that with everything else.
Yeah, and I think another thing I've also heard is that they just kind of expanded too quickly before they
that's my
like were
theory.
able to sustain like certain generations. Like they should have kind of focused on, okay, we have this generation, now let's really focus on building them up and building their viewership up, doing lots of collabs with other VTubers and really getting their numbers up. They just they went for numbers rather than the viewership, really.
They should have built the rest of them besides Rin up, because Rin she's killing it. She's
Yeah.
got numbers. She's great. But she's basically like what Pippa was at FaZe for a while. Because Idol's doing good numbers. They're not as because FaZe was new, they were small. Idol's a little bigger from the get go, but the disparity's still there between Rin and the rest of them. They should have focused on rising the rest of the ships before they dropped like Idol ES.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, I think they went too hard too fast. It's like, yeah, it's a good idea, do that, but I think he was like, well, we got to do it now before someone else does it. I was like, well, you need the money first. So if you want to do that, you should be building up the money so that you can do that. And I think they just jumped the gun.
Well, I
I
mean,
think
and
that was
you
also a
look at
contributing factor.
you look at the VTubers that Idol has, and they've got some great talent there. I mean, of course, you mentioned like Yuko and Pochi, but like Poco, people love Poco. Connie is great. I love
Connie's
Connie.
great, fantastic.
And then they picked up Lisa, Chikafuji
Yep.
Lisa. Like everybody loves Lisa. She's been, I've always joked that she's like the last of the Sundaria Infinity Stones that Fishman has yet to collect.
Well, he hasn't gotten Ami, but I think Ami is like content where she's at.
Yeah, I think that's the one. that he's probably never going to be able to get. But
Yeah. Although I would love to see Ami in phase. Although I don't know if she'd be a good fit. Ami's very like, I don't know if you say
She's-
mousy.
She's too clean, like too clean.
Yeah, very
Mm.
clean, very subdued. I don't know.
I
if-
think she could like not rebrand, but she should market herself towards a younger audience because she is very safe.
Yeah,
And everything she does is safe. Every game she plays is safe. She doesn't have any. She's like basically an idol. She is the perfect example of an idol in the West. She
Yeah.
can sing. She can. I mean, she should probably aim for a younger audience, although she probably doesn't want it because she knows that comes with a bunch of problems.
yeah,
But I mean, for her to like blow up, she could be like the Cookie Swirl or what's her name.
yeah. I think Cookie. Yeah, not Cooksy. That's something else. Yeah, but Pippa was talking about her. Yeah, she was one that started as like a kids YouTuber and then she became a VTuber.
Exactly.
But she seems to have done a good job with it. She's not like, because there's other people that have rebranded as a VTuber and it was clearly like hopping on a bandwagon. But Cookie,
like when Pokemon tried to do it and immediately got shit on.
yeah, or the other ones that are like quote unquote successfully done it, but like it's very clear. It's very cynical. Like Takahata 101 is very cynical. But no, wouldn't the Cookie chick? It's like, well, she's already like a kids YouTuber, so that just tracks. Like, oh, now I'm a colorful cartoon character.
Exactly. She didn't change anything about herself other than she now has a model
Yeah,
that moves.
yeah, and it
That's
just
about it.
works with her content. So it's like it's a natural fit. But yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. I was just like, oh yeah, that chick. It's completely lost my train of thought.
If I was going to
still
pick,
angry that Pip back in the day, about 2.5 years ago, Pippa and Lisa collabed, and they were talking about wanting to do a Minecraft parody songs.
Oh yeah, they were gonna do like
Oh,
a
man.
karaoke of Minecraft songs.
And
And then they never did it.
then Sundaria went under, and that never happened. But
yeah, and it
I
never.
still like want to see that happen. I want to see you fucking Ami singing the spider song, Eye of the Spider or some shit like that.
Yeah, Ami, like she's fantastic, but I think it's one thing. Is like, she seems like she's good where she's at, like she likes where she's at, but it's like she should be bigger than this, but maybe she doesn't want to be bigger than this. Because I feel like she would like, you know, advertise herself more if she did. But she's just content to just play old school games, and she's got the fan base she likes. She got her buckos. She got her support. I mean, if you look at her chat, like everyone in chat subscribed to her.
Oh yeah, she,
Like,
she has about 200 to 300 viewers, but they're all subscribed.
Yeah. So like that's a nice ratio there. So I think she's in a good cozy place, and just judging by her personality type, I don't think she wants to be huge. I think she likes to be comfy because she likes to have a nice, comfy little group that likes her. And so she's got like a sort of a two-way parasocial relationship with her audience, but not in like a, like she doesn't go too far with it. It's just enough. Just enough. Where it's like, this cute dorky girl that the audience that she has makes her feel loved and appreciated, and she kind of needs that. And the audience she has, you know, they love and appreciate her, but they don't go GFE. She doesn't go GFE. It's just enough. Like you see it in her Twitter. If you look at her Twitter, it's like, oh, there it is. Yeah. But I mean, other than that, it's like it's not hurting anybody. You know, it's more than most, but still in a safe zone. You know. But I was like, and what's like, you think like she should be so much bigger? She's great. She's fantastic. But I mean,
Yeah, she probably
Jesus.
doesn't want to.
Yeah.
So
and it's like, is that a shame? You know, it's like yeah, it's a shame. You should be bigger, but if you don't want to be
I think
bigger,
it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Who am I to push
Yeah.
you towards doing something you don't want to do?
exactly.
But I think it might be good for her to step maybe out of her comfort zone, maybe reach out for something bigger, because maybe something happens and her, I know, her audience leaves for some reason. I mean, she needs to have something to fall back on, and the bigger the audience, the more of that you have.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know. Like, I'd like to see her a little bigger. You know, she don't have to
Yeah.
be gigantic because, you know, that might not be what she wants, but a little bigger.
600
Yeah.
CCV, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And like double what she has now, but not the full on 1,000. That I think that would still keep her in the comfy area she likes, while still being like, you know what, you should be bigger than this. It's like an underground musician. Like, man, you should be all over. You should be getting so much play all over Spotify. And like, I just want to make music for me. It's like kind of what happened with Gautier. If anyone wonders why he kind of disappeared, he didn't want to be as big as he got. He was like, this is a little too much. So he like. I think he started some new band and like just took out stepped away from the Gautier brand. And everybody's making the joke, he's somebody I used to know, but like now he's like, I just wanted to kind of make music, and this has gotten pop. This has gotten too mainstream for me. I don't like it.
And that happens a lot
And
with
I think-
musicians and any kind of like creative outlet. Like sometimes like you have an idea of what you want, and then it blows up like way too big, and you're just kind of like, I don't know. Like Gura.
Yeah.
Gura's a great example of this. Like
Yeah.
she became like the most popular English VTuber in the world, and she's just like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for all that. I'm gonna take like a really long break because just to process that.
Pipa used to be like that also. She didn't want to grow, and she kept bitching that she didn't want to grow, and she was like a 160 or 200 CCV for a long while. Then eventually she started hitting the 300s, and then she went up to 500s, and then the Hogwarts shit happened. And
I think she was at 1,000 before the Hogwarts shit.
No, she wasn't. She was like around 800. But in the Hogwarts, she got like 8,000 people.
Yeah, and
I remember
was,
that stream
was
popped off.
Yeah, that was it. Like she rocketed to the moon after that.
Yeah, and I deserved it. That was a great stream. I mean, well, it was one of those things where she was playing a game she didn't like, so she refused to engage with it. I love Pippa, but if there's one content I don't like from her is when she plays a game she doesn't like. Because sometimes you get people play a game they don't like, you get funny reactions, but the fact that she refuses to engage with the content just makes it a slog. Like, just play, Pippa. Play the goddamn game. Her Sonic Generation stream was unwatchable. I'm sorry. Yeah, she's my Oshi, so I could say it. That Sonic Generation stream she did was unwatchable. But, like, the beginning of that Hogwarts stream especially was, like, legendary.
Yeah.
That
Muggles
whole
hate!
little skit she did.
Muggles out! Kill all Muggles!
That whole skit she did with the recorder Harry Potter theme.
Yeah,
the
and
owl
just like
bouncing
walking
around.
with the owl. That was so
That's
great.
Fucking... Oh,
You've
man.
been
I think
canceled
that's one
on
of the-
Twitter.
I think it's one of the reasons she blew up too. Is not just that she did that, because it's the combination of eyes on you and retention. That's why Gura blew up, because she had two things happen early on that got a lot of eyes on her, and then when those eyes were on her, she got retention because she's a really good streamer. So like, yeah, she'd probably still be successful if she didn't have those like initial things happen, like the Brittany Venti shit and she'd still be high in the CCV, but she wouldn't be as high as she is now. It's because so many people noticed. But if she wasn't a good streamer and she got all that attention, she still wouldn't be
Well,
as high as
she was such a good streamer, and the Streisand effect kicked in. Because a lot of people that didn't know who she was found out about her because of Venti's like Venti's really bad attempt to try to like cancel her, and like people were like, "Oh, I don't know who this is." They watched like 5 minutes and they're like, "Venti's wrong. She's actually really funny and talented."
Yeah, and that's why she's like the queen of VTubing now. It's like a combination of eyes on you and retention.
And now Venti's retired.
Yeah,
And Gura is not.
Lol Lamau. But so that's the kind of thing with Pippa. It's like all eyes were on her, and then when she had all eyes on her, she did something really funny and entertaining that everybody remembers. She didn't just play the game. It's like, yeah, take this, Twitter freaks. We're gonna play Hogwarts Legacy today. It's like, no, you had this really funny skit, and then she leads it in being funny, and then she plays the game, and she did the kind of thing she does where she won't engage it, and less so than Sonic Generations. It wasn't quite we didn't reach unwatchable tier. I think she did start to try to. She was begrudgingly beginning to enjoy it, but you did have like that just everybody's watching. Quick, do something funny, and she did it.
Right.
She stuck the land.
And Pippa's always good for that. Like, any time that she has, like, a massive audience for something, she always, like, seizes the momentum and does something hilarious.
I think it's intentional. I think she gets so nervous having those eyes on her because, she's got the autismo bit. She got the Pipkin.
Natural
And
Pippa just comes out, and when natural Pippa just comes out and she's not, like... She's just so nervous that she's just being herself. Like, absolute Kino is produced every time.
I think it's not even just being herself. I think she does feel a need to entertain. So it's that, everybody's looking at me. I better do something. But also, autismo. I don't know what to do. Real Pippa mixed with awkwardness. I'll do something just insane. Ridiculous.
Off the wall, batshit insane. And everybody liked that.
Yeah, it's something that, like, I probably shouldn't do, but... it just does it. The nervous energy prevents that voice from the back of their head saying, you probably shouldn't do that. Because, like, what do I do? Everybody's looking. So because of that little, I think, that little internal panic, that other voice that would normally come in and say, that would be very embarrassing or cringe if you did this, it can't speak up over all the panic screaming going on in her brain.
Pippa looks over her left shoulder and sees, like, the floating devil Pippa, and it's like, you should do it. And then she looks over to the right and there's nobody there, and she's like, hey, where's the other guy? And he's like on the shitter.
No, like, he's in the room, like, locked in a room, just rocking back and forth. It's too many people. It's too many people. It's too many people. It's too many people. It's too many people.
I'm gonna listen to the devil.
Yeah, so the devil on the shoulder is like, hey, yeah, just do it, man. Just do it. It'll be funny. Content. Because Content Brain doesn't care there's too many people. Content Brain is the devil on the shoulder. Content Brain sees those numbers go up and think, content time. And I think that's why she sticks it so well. It's like her super ego is too afraid of crowds.
So she just, like, it's great because she accidentally backs into, like, banger after banger. She's not even like really trying, it just happens. Yeah.
That's why it's great. That's why it feels natural. It's like just she awkwardly vomits something really funny. She's the kind of person that would like
she
get
doesn't
up
need
on
the
stage.
vomit drawer anymore because her channel is now the vomit drawer.
It's like she gets up on stage for, like, school talent show, and then she, like, gets stage fright and forgets what she was initially gonna do, and then she just face plants. But then, like, the face plant causes other shit to fall, and everyone's just laughing. Everyone's like, oh, she had the best show of the night, her slapstick comedy gig. This is the funniest show of the night. And she's like, yeah, slapstick comedy is great.
Oh my god, I figured it out. She is like the female anime protagonist of, like, a comedy, of, like, a comedy anime. She is the chick from Watamote.
Yeah.
Really?
It's her.
Stumbles and falls into greatness. I'm not saying that she didn't earn it. I just want to be clear. I'm just saying, if anything, it leads into her strength. That her Pipkin kicks in at the right time. Just the right time. It is laser-guided Pipkin.
That's a good way to put it. Laser-guided Pipkin.
So, I think that's it. I think
that is it. It's been like 4 hours. We probably need to wrap it up here. Azehara, do you have anything to promote? I know you just posted a clip. We really didn't talk about, like, the Kyorsha and Dev stuff here. I think it's kind of been beaten to death. There's a 300-page document if you want to read more about it. But
I will just say real quick, Dev is pathetic, and I think it should have been a sign that he's pathetic, that he just chose as a form to represent himself, an avatar, self-representation. Fucking Steven Universe looking piece of shit drawing. It's like, yeah, I want to look like I don't even know how you would fucking describe, like, that's stupid. Like, first he decides to look like knockoff Tim Buckley. Like we have Control-Alt-Delete at home. And then he switches it to, like, God, how did I describe it in my head when I saw it. I can't remember. It's like Steven. Oh yeah, it's like Steven Universe meets Napoleon Dynamite. Which, you mix those two things together and you just know, oh, that guy, I like the cut of his jib. I should have been a sign. This guy, and then was he the same guy who did the stupid? He was a catfish, and then he did the lame puppet show shit that Medicare roasted him on. And now that, like, dude, leave the internet. Just fucking go, leave. You've overstayed your welcome. You've been a consistent failure. Nobody likes you. The only people that quote-unquote like you just use you as a foot soldier for their drama and gay ops. You have no real audience. You have no relevancy. Have you ever spoke? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Short Fat Otaku. I love his stuff. No, you don't. Nobody does. Just leave, dude. Just fucking go. You're done. You've overstayed your welcome. Just bye. Just the door's over there. Please, just leave. Just fucking leave. That's just the little off my chest moment. I'm tired of him. He's like a guy someone else invited to your party. He was someone's +1, and now everyone's left, and he just won't leave. He's still in your house. Just get out. Just get the fuck out.
Yeah, he should just do his own stuff and try not to fuck with other people.
I mean, that's kind of my opinion. I think he just needed to like walk away from the Kirsha stuff and just like leave it alone. But now it's like now it's starting to blow up in his face because now she's dropped all these receipts and all these conversations, and now it's he's fucked here.
Now more people are coming out.
Yeah, now
it's got major Kraut and T energy.
Yeah, now I mean, like, and friend of the show, Aiden Paladin's now going through, like, she actually, this is a bit of an aside, but we had an episode with her and ER on, and she got a little into the sauce there and really kind of went into depth about her issues with him. A lot of that was clipped out because she was in a lot of emotional distress recounting those events, and I didn't really want to broadcast that to the world. So you will not find that part in the podcast when you go back. There's just going to be a large jump to the end, and I will never broadcast that to the world because I feel bad for Aiden, and that was a very, very emotional part. But the real ones that were live, they know. But she's preparing a massive document with some of her friends, some of their former friends with him. They're going to release in the coming days. So he should have just left Kirsha alone. Just leave. Just walked away. Done his own thing, and now he's going to have to deal with this.
And it couldn't have happened to a nicer piece of shit.
Why do people keep trying to come after Spicy Cat?
Because she's effective.
Leave Spicy Cat alone. She's my comfort character.
People keep
trying to post gore of my comfort character. Stop it.
I just saw what Azehara posted in a restream chat.
I think they're angry because she's being successful. She basically blew up.
Yep, they hate it. And she's getting success in minutes, what they have failed to get in years.
Yep.
Because she has worthwhile content, and she has charisma and a reason to watch her. There's no reason to watch any of these people. There's no reason to follow their content. So, it's crabs in a bucket. That's all it is. And especially, you have a VTuber kind of slipping into the commentary space. And she's doing much better at it than a lot of these old commentary people. Because, again, she's fun. She brings her commentary, but also that's not it's not every day is a new, did you see what the woke people said on Twitter today? It's none of that shit. It's hey, fun, spicy fox lady, and she'll go off on some issues. She brought Bridge to light. She was a big person in that, and it's always going to be something that a big W on notch on her belt. And when she doesn't have current event stuff to talk about, she could just play Lethal Company with people. The fact that she has the VTuber thing and the personalities to fall back on, she doesn't need a new outrage of the day for content.
Right, she doesn't have to be the quartering.
Yeah, exactly. Flat out. And I think that's another thing that pisses them off. She just came into their space, gut checked them, and just this is my house now.
This is my house now.
You should have helped. Yeah. You should have held onto the house if you wanted it so bad. Now it's mine now.
She just kicked in the front door and she was like, "This is my house now, chat. Do you want to hear about sounding?"
She's like the motherfucker. Like you're playing TF2, and you're the engineer, and you set up. You got this great engineer's nest by by that last point, man. Like, oh man, no one's gonna get past this. And then some asshole with some uber charged fucking heavy walks in and just wrecks the beautiful engineer nest you had set up for the whole fucking game. Your teleporter, your gun, dead, gone. Everybody just waltzes in that final point. That stupid fucking uber charged heavy. That's what they're doing. Like, I had this set up, I had this racket, and you just waltzed in here and wrecked it like it was nothing.
A heavy that's Mike spamming Tiny Tim.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
And then he has the big titty waifu spray on your dead body.
Yeah, he sprays it on the point. Yeah, he's because the Kirsha laugh is their mic spam of Tiny Tim, because they hear her laugh because she has a distinct laugh and they hear it in their heads as she comes and wrecks their shit and takes over their space. It's like, if you didn't want her to take over your space, you should have had some level of charisma and content and entertainment value and value in general, which you have none of. So, kindly fuck off. Go away. Go get a wage job or write a book or something, whatever. Somewhere else. Get is what I'm saying. Get. I'm hitting the spray can. Get.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they should just pick up on anyone to try to tear them down and fuck them up, because the Kirsch's community is kind of autistic and they will remember everything. They will record everything. That's the only reason I think this has gone down the way it has, because everyone has helped Kirsch just gather up every single information about their interactions, and they basically compiled this massive document to just shit on him and show that he's been a piece of shit the whole time. And that wouldn't happen if you don't go after her for no reason.
And it's even crazier that like this whole thing involved Destiny.
Well, I, for one, embrace the destinying of Short Fat Otaku. Rest in piss, you won't be missed.
And it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
I don't know.
It's gonna get way worse when the Aiden stuff drops.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well,
Shit happens.
farewell, motherfucker.
I hope everybody learns a very valuable lesson to just leave Spicy Fox alone.
Yeah. Let her stay, and she got her lane, she got her fans.
Let her talk about himbos and sounding, and occasionally talk about bridge and DEI, and just leave her alone. Let her flourish in her space.
Yeah. And flourish she is, and probably going to continue to just keep flourishing more and more. I mean, her covering the Trump assassination was both surreal and blew her up.
Yeah, that was wild. I saw somebody made like art of the Trump with his fist in the air. Someone made art of that with Kirsch.
Oh, that's my thumbnail.
Yeah, it was good. It was good stuff. Yeah, there it is, right there.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. It's in the chat.
So yeah, again, rest in piss. I don't like that guy, if you haven't noticed.
I wanted to add Pippa, like holding her down or something, but
as one of the Secret Service people.
Yeah, Novel is not that specific with poses.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
a
they
pain
need,
in the ass to do.
They need to get character. How many characters? Character A does this. Character B this.
Yeah, that would be like the biggest feature they could add to the AI.
Yeah, I think like AI is gonna blow up. Like people are just gonna do like, it's gonna be like how many YouTubers can you draw doing Dragon Ball Z fights and shit.
I don't know. It's all gonna be like porn.
Well, porn, yeah, obviously, but also like silly meme shit. It's
The
gonna be
moment,
easier to do.
because right now most of the AI companies have like prevented you from generating any kind of porn whatsoever.
Mhm.
But the moment that like one of these companies sees dollar signs and they're like, we're taking the gloves off, it's gonna be nothing but porn.
I mean, that's what I like about Novel. They don't censor you,
Yeah.
Yeah, Novel doesn't give a shit.
so
They know
basically you
what
can
the
make
anime fans they know what the anime fans are into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The infamous Futanari Kirsche art. You can make it Novel.
Oh no.
Just don't show it to her.
And again, I said
I still haven't done that.
I'm for it. I'm all for it. As long as you're not like making deep fakes of real children.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Or like
even real people. Don't do real.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, make sure it's a parody and it's different enough from the real person that everyone knows it's.
It's obviously fake. It's not the real person.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not posting, Jennifer Lawrence nudes using AI or anything.
Yeah. Or you're not using it to harm the person. To look at him. He's got caught. He was caught. I don't know, fucking some boys or entering elementary school or something like that. So if you're not using it to cause harm to someone's reputation, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just like, and make whatever degenerate shit you want. If anything, that'll placate the weirdos. Let them go over there, do their thing. And then if anything, it'll keep them out of our space. They'll be too busy generating all of their insane shit to like be retweeting this shit on Twitter. So, let them. And if again, it'll push artists to do more than just, hey, I drew the IP of the week getting butt fucked. You want to see Freerun naked? I can just generate that. What else you got? I think kind of circling back, but it is very. I think people are not understanding how healthy this is for art. It is injecting. It is forcing people. You know what it is? It's like the Renaissance of animation. Everybody was just making kind of animated slop for a while, and then the environment changed, and it sort of forced studios to make things of quality. You couldn't just make a toy commercial anymore. You had to make something people wanted to sit down and watch, and it forced people to, actually have some writers and some artists doing some real shit. And I think that's where we're headed. I mean, obviously AI slop will always be a thing, but who cares? That's like saying, "Oh God, you drew on the back of a notebook." Yeah, that's just what AI is going to be. It's the equivalent of like teenager drawing on the back of his notebook, just with computers.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Well, I think that's a good place to wrap it up. We've been going for about 4 hours and 22 minutes as of this moment. Yep. Yeah, I do too.
I think we all gotta eat.
Yep. So you can check out Azehara. He is AzeharaCh on YouTube. He posts Pippa and Kirsche and FaZe clips, a couple other independent VTubers as well. Does a lot of good work.
I got
good
an
too.
Alien
Nice
clip
length.
in the works. Hopefully that should be up tomorrow. I hope.
All right. Yeah, you said it was an alien mixture video?
Yeah.
Very nice.
I hope it's up tomorrow. Might be Monday. I don't know. I have to sit down and work with it.
Yeah, I really like your clips, by the way. It's a good length because I play a lot of clips like while I'm drawing and shit. And like the short ones, it's fun, but then you have to like stop what you're doing but if it's too long, then it's like, well, it's just a stream. So it's a good length and like it's enough editing that it justifies itself as not just, oh, I just took a chunk of somebody's thing and dropped it. But it's not so over edited, it feels like a Zoomer nightmare. So
it's
quality work.
It's not like 2 minutes of extreme jump cuts or anything. It's like a decent length, like anywhere from like 5 to like 30 minutes. That's the sweet spot.
Yeah, and it's like not a Vine boom every time they say something sus and like, oh, here's a SpongeBob clip in the middle of it. And like,
oh, look, MLG.
Yeah. That's showing your age.
I know. MLG with the blunt, coming out of frame.
Yeah. So yeah, highly recommended if anyone hasn't seen his channel. Go subscribe. Get some quality VTuber clips on the reg.
I also got my model. My rigger got back to me yesterday, and she gave me the model. So I finally have a model to.
Oh shit!
Work with. But I think I was planning on using it like maybe early October because I haven't done anything to plan out for like a quote unquote debut.
Excuse me. We don't use the hard R here, okay? It's Riga.
Riga.
I really need to sit down and come up with a vision for like a live 2D Gator.
I mean, you could use AI. I used AI for mine. I had drawn the original model itself, and it took me like 2 days. And then I gave it to someone because they told me that they could cut it up and they could rig it, and they did a horrible job at it. So that
I
went
mean,
well.
I'm just saying.
What?
You have a co-host Gator that is an artist. I am right here.
That
I
is
could
true.
Give you a discount.
Yeah, I just need to. I need to sit down and actually like decide what I want to do as far as not being just a blatant green Jotaro ripoff.
But what I did is I got my original image that I drew, which the rigging was horrible and all that, and I passed it into Novel AI to get something more updated, more anime looking, because I can draw anime, but it looks old and it looks like, I don't know, it looks like a bit dead inside. I don't have that artist touch to give the life to it. And I did a bunch of different like concepts of the model I wanted. I did a bunch of body types, clothing, accessories, and all that in Novel. I made basically a collage of okay, this is the body type I want, this is the hair I want, this is the colors I want, and I sent that to an artist, and I let her do it for me, to just make the vision and do the layer separation how it's supposed to be done, because I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I think that's another good use for AI too. Is like get an idea in your head and then give it to an artist, like something like this. I whipped this up in AI. Anyway, I think that's about it. So and of course, my shit is always cloudscratcher.com. Good comics, good art over at Buyerworks.com. Not Buyerworks.com. I don't have .com. I can tell I need to eat. Twitter.com/Buyerworks for my art. Yeah, I'm gonna say good art, good comics. I make good shit. What of it? That's how I know it's good, because I made it. But yeah, and Lord Schmecky, Anime Outsiders. I have like 30 Twitter accounts. By 30, I mean 3.
He does have like 100. It feels like.
Yeah, you should like come up with a brand name and just stick to it. So
Buyerworks is because I have Buyerworks. That's my professional stuff. I'm not dicking around. That's my art. That's my stuff that matters. Anime Outsiders is a hobby. It's just like I just want to do an anime thing for, because the anime fandom is obnoxious. So it's like I like anime. I don't like them. I just made a little community around that. And it was kind of just nebulous. It's a long story how it even got started, but it's kind of a nebulous hobby community thing about anime. And then just my personal one. So it's split, but it's split for it's like work and project and personal. But the Buyerworks one, that's the one is like, if I'm going to link someone to that one, even though it's got the least amount of followers, I don't fucking care. That's the one that I feel like that's the important one. Like that's the one where my work is at, my comics and art and the stuff that I give a shit about. And this other stuff is just a throwaway, Twitter's to barf bullshit. They don't matter. Although it says something about Twitter that when you barf bullshit, you get way more followers. But
this is very true.
Yeah. And Gator, I mean, we're here and your promotable thing, so.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we do Anime Boomers podcast usually about every 2 weeks. We're going to try to stick to that schedule going forward, now that my stuff has been settled. Cody's stuff has been settled. Spooky is still, she's touching grass. She's kind of wanted to detox from the internet for a little while, and she's kind of taking the summer to detox. She'll probably be back on at some point, but right now she's just like, yeah, I just want to touch grass and be offline for a little while because the internet's stupid.
So she's being a normie then?
Yeah, basically, she's being a normie right now.
Disgusting.
I know. Disgusting. All right, well, that's the end of the episode. You guys can find us youtube.com/animeboomers if you're watching it on Twitter. We do have a Twitter, twitter.com/animeboomers. I have a Twitter. It's twitter.com/thegatorgamer, and I have a YouTube channel that is The Gator Gamer. I'm gonna be trying to do more streams, more gaming stuff. I have to push myself. I have to motivate myself to actually, like, on days when I don't feel like it, come home from work, I'm just like, just fire up a stream, even if it's for like an hour, even if it's for like 30 minutes, just to get content out there. Because the secret to streaming is just, if you build it, they will come.
That's why we got to set up something to do the. I wanted to walk you, for those, we've been talking about this behind the scenes, but I want to take him, Gator, through the magical world of the King of Fighters. Because if anybody's played those games, you know exactly why you're probably giggling right now. Just sort of game grumps him, to be his co-pilot through the series, and sort of help him understand why if you even mouse cursor over Rugal in a KOF game in Mexico, a cartel member will slit your throat.
Yeah, I've heard the legends. I heard the legends, but I wasn't really much of a KOF player or Fatal Fury player back in those days, so I didn't get to experience the just absolute, just ear-splitting rage of having to deal with that stuff.
Yeah, so I want to. We're eventually gonna guide you through, co-pilot you through it, through the series, and I think that'll be really fun. I'm also working on some things like giving you, like, letting you bail out if you can't beat a boss, but then having to do some kind of punishment if you do bail. Something suitably.
That sounds terrifying, actually.
Yeah. So I'm mulling over some ideas. The idea, like, if you can't beat Rugal, you can bail, but then you have to do this, and you're gonna keep racking up punishments the more games you bail.
Oh, that sounds awful. But fun for chat and fun for the audience.
Yeah, exactly. So look forward to that. We're still working on that.
Yep, we're coming up with fun ideas. Fun ideas for future content. All right, but that is it for the episode. We will see you guys in about 2 weeks. I'm going to start reaching out to people and trying to book guests in advance instead of, like, flying by the seat of my pants now that I actually have some time. So hopefully we'll have some good episodes coming up. I've talked with some interesting VTubers and non-VTubers about coming on the show, and they seem very interested. It's just a matter of getting the schedules to work. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to Mint Phantom, my Oshi. She has a stream that's going to start... what time does it start? Let me look real quick. It's... Wow, that's the schedule room. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I was like, oh, that's the
schedule room. Yeah,
I'm
boys.
like, let's raid the schedule room. I'm dumb. I'll send you over to Flashcast. Why not? That's not till like 10:30 at night, but I don't see anybody else that's on right now, so nobody else is on that I can actually raid. I don't think Hina has raids.
If we'd only done this a few hours later, in a later stream, we could have raided Peepa.
That is true. That is true. I don't think is her schedule even up yet for the stream?
Peepa? No, she don't schedule.
She doesn't. She doesn't.
Yeah, she just does it at 9:00. Yeah, she's 9:00. Tuesday through Saturday, just like the song says.
Yeah, I don't see her stuff. Well, we'll just send it over to Flashcast. Why not? We'll do it that way. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will see you guys next time.
Bye, everybody. Peace.
Bye.